This is a Global News special presentation.
At the end of the day, François Legault is looking in the past. We have to look into the future.
It's important to know where we come from to better make the choices for the future.
We will take that money from the biggest corporations and from the millionaires in Quebec.
The big amount that we're proposing to citizens is a tax cut. We're not trying to increase the candies here and there to everybody.
Independence is a good project and a necessary project for all Quebecers.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. After 36 days on the campaign trail, tonight Quebecers decide who will be running this province for the next 4 years. Will François Legault manage to secure another majority government, and who will be the next official opposition at the National Assembly?
The leaders have battled it out. Now it's up to you to decide who gets the top job. As the polls begin closing and ballots get counted, you can count on us for the latest news, results, and expert analysis from across the province. Welcome to our special election night coverage. This is Decision Quebec.
Well, we have reporters at the three main party headquarters tonight. They'll bring us up-to-the-minute reaction and analysis with political experts and guests.
Dan Spector is with the CAQ in Quebec City tonight. Tim Sargent is with the Liberals in Montreal. And Armanda Jelowicki is with Quebec Solidaire in Montreal.
Polls close at 8. The early results will be from the Ile de la Madeleine riding in the Atlantic time zone. So let's break down exactly what you're seeing on your screens. On the right of your screen, you'll see results riding by riding. Below me, you'll see a seat tally for the 5 main parties. And of course, you can always check results in your specific riding at globalnews.ca/Montreal.
Well, I think a couple of the big questions tonight Montrealers are going to have is how many of the Liberal strongholds will they actually maintain in Montreal after tonight? And for party leaders who are running to have their first seat at the National Assembly, how will things go for them tonight? So to that point, some of the ridings we will be watching closely for you. Camille Lorrain, of course, this is PQ leader Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon's riding. He ran a very strong campaign and he has seen his popularity grow. Will that translate in the votes tonight? Will he be able to unseat Richard Campeau of the CAQ? In Chauveau, we're heading to the Capitale Nationale region. Éric Duhaime, the leader of the Conservative Party of Quebec, he is trying to nab his first seat at the table at the National Assembly. Will he be able to do that tonight and really put his party on the map? That is something we're going to be watching. And in Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne, Montreal riding for Dominique Anglade, the leader of the Quebec Liberals. Of course, she is hoping to retain the seat that she has held since 2015. A very big night for Dominique Anglade, not only for herself and her credibility, but also for the Liberal Party of Quebec, as I mentioned, as they try to keep a firm hold on those Montreal and Laval ridings. And speaking of Laval, we're going to be keeping a close eye on that region as well, where 5 of the 6 ridings are currently Liberal. Our chief political correspondent, we are so excited to have with us tonight David Akin to give his expert analysis all evening. David, if we look at Laval, things could change tonight as we're looking at some very tight races.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, guys. And great to be with you, Laura. Ali, I just love it. It's election night. It's so exciting. Half an hour until results. Really, we can start reporting on them. What I'm looking at right now on my map right here, this is 2018. This is where we were 4 years ago. Of course, 74 seats for the CAQ. That's this sort of aquamarine CAQ green. The Liberals just had over 30 seats, 31. You'll see them in red. The QS, the Quebec Solidaire, and the Parti Québécois each had 10 seats. QS color is orange, and you'll see blue is the Parti Québécois. So that's where we were in 2018. Let's go to 2022. We don't have any results right now, of course, and you guys were talking about Laval. You're absolutely right. We want to look at these 6 seats. Let's go back to 2018. This is where it left at 2018. Of the 6 seats, Laura, I think you mentioned this, all but 1 was Liberal. Now, a lot of people know that the Liberal strength in Quebec is the West Island. That's true. Their second biggest strength was actually Laval. Liberals won 36% of the popular vote in Laval in 2018. The CAQ won 32%. And in fact, the CAQ and the Liberals dueled to some of the two closest races in 2018. We're going to keep an eye on these. And again, I'm showing you 2018 results right now. This was Laval des Rapides in 2018. And Sao Paulo won just by 271 votes over the CAQ. If we go a little bit further north up to Vermont, again, 2018 results here, not tonight. 567 votes. Jean Roussel, the Liberal, beat the CAQ. So you can bet the CAQ wants to have more seats in and around Montreal. It established a little bit of a toehold last time with the two up in the northern here, Pointe-aux-Trembles, right up there. That was a CAQ big win. And right there in what was called Bourget last time, it's now Camille Laurent. It was a narrow CAQ win. But believe me, Laval is going to be under threat as the CAQ comes down here. Can the Liberals hold that fortress? You know, the Liberals, for them, many think this is an existential election. You know, I think they'll be happy if they win 21 seats. They could lose 10 and still be happy. So we're going to keep an eye a lot on Montreal tonight. I think that's where we're going to see the QS try and eat away some Liberal seats. Can the QS become an official party? Remember, you need 12 seats to be official party status. Can they reach that? Could they leapfrog the Liberals to become the official opposition? I don't think it's likely. Well, who knows? We'll see. There are some polls that suggest these things could happen. So let's get at her and count some votes.
Anything can happen on election night, right, David?
You saw that map behind David. It was a blank slate there to start with. Of course, the polls have not closed yet. There's about 20 minutes to go before they close. And as soon as that clock at the bottom of your screen gets to 0, that's when the results will start trickling in.
People still got 23 minutes to go out and vote if you haven't done that yet.
Exactly. Now, of course, the stakes are high for the incumbent Premier François Legault and his CAQ party. Legault is trying to win another majority government with a strong mandate to enact his campaign policies.
His four main challengers are seeking to unseat Legault and the CAQ, or at very least form a strong opposition. Here now is our Tim Sargent with more on the end of campaign and the possible scenarios that could play out.
After more than 36 days on the campaign trail with party leaders crisscrossing the province, it all comes down to tonight's vote. Leaders have been making promises on a wide variety of issues, trying to build momentum and sustain it through the last 5 weeks. At the time the National Assembly dissolved on August 28th, the incumbent premier and his party, the CAQ, held 76 seats, a large majority. The official opposition party, the Liberals, led by Dominic Anglade, held 27 seats, followed by Quebec Solidaire at 10 seats, the Parti Québécois 7, and the Conservative Party of Quebec with 1. Independents made up the balance with 4 seats. The magic number to form a majority is 63 seats. François Legault is hoping his party will reach that threshold with ease.
How will these seats be redistributed?
Daniel Ballon is doing the math. He's still expecting François Legault to be re-elected with a majority, but slimmer than what was originally thought.
They have lost some points in the polls, and maybe that it will be tighter than we expected.
Est-ce que vous parlez français avant d'arriver?
Oui.
Legault's statements on immigration and language have sparked enormous controversy, saying increasing immigration numbers beyond 50,000 a year would be suicidal for the survival of French.
Un peu suicidaire pour la nation québécoise qui parle français.
The comments coming at a time when many businesses are short-staffed, struggling to fill vacancies. Some sending warning signs to Legault to choose his words more carefully.
Let's be careful about the message we send because of the perception it creates. Our businesses need help.
But his challengers are struggling to make significant inroads with key demographics.
Each of them, they have a major weakness.
Dominic Anglade and the Liberals poll very low among francophones. Quebec Solidaire is considered too far to the left for Quebec's electorate, the Conservative Party too far to the right. And Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon of the Parti Québécois can't get the ball rolling in favor of sovereignty, making this a race for official opposition.
I will bet on the Liberals, but I think that both Quebec Solidaire and the PQ could possibly get enough seats for this. I think for the Conservatives, it's very unlikely.
Even if the CAQ wins a majority of seats, the party's popular support could still be well below 50%, raising the question whether Quebec needs to launch a province-wide debate on electoral reform. Tim Sargent, Global News, Montreal.
And with that, let's get straight to it. Global News reporter Dan Spector has been covering the campaign since the writ dropped. Tonight, he's in Quebec City at the CAQ headquarters. Dan, what's the atmosphere there tonight as we wait for the polls to close?
Alia, still quiet here in Quebec City at CAQ headquarters, but people are starting to file in, and a lot of them you could see as they come in, they have smiles on their faces. I think there's more journalists and police officers here now than political candidates or political staffers, but they are gradually starting to come in, and this room is going to fill up over the course of the evening. The Deputy Premier, Geneviève Guilbeault, she is here, and a couple of other candidates and different staffers, some familiar faces from the campaign bus, all starting to file in, but yeah, still pretty quiet right now, but you could sense the optimism in the air after this campaign. Let's bring in Daniel Belland. He is the director of the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada. He's going to be joining us all night here at CAQ headquarters, breaking down all the results that we're seeing. So, Daniel, the campaign that François Legault ran, he came into it with a massive lead. He ends it still with a big lead, albeit a little bit smaller, but people have said that this campaign was bad. Others have called it disastrous. How would you rate the campaign that he ran?
Yeah, it was not a very good campaign, but as you said, when you start with such a lead over the opposition parties, I think you can afford running a mediocre campaign or even subpar campaign. I do think that the polls have not moved that much since the beginning of the campaign for the CAQ. Yes, they may have lost a few points, but they're still way ahead of the other parties. So unless the polls are really wrong, all the polls are wrong, we are expecting the CAQ to remain in power.
And how often does that happen, that all the polls are so wrong? Not very often.
Exactly. So that will be really something highly unusual that will happen. So nothing is impossible, but I think that, as you said, people here at the CAQ headquarters, they are optimistic, they are confident, and looking at the polls, I suppose that they have ground for that.
Even in spite of some mediocre performances at the debates, a few gaffes along the way, what is it about this premier and this party that has allowed them to seemingly be mostly untouchable?
I think that they have a strong support among older francophones, especially those who don't have a university degree. People who really like this kind of nationalistic approach, but without the idea of having a referendum. So people also who like this kind of centrist, center-right approach on economic and fiscal issues. So the combination of this economic approach and nationalism, but without explicit push for sovereignty or anything dramatic, I think is reassuring to many older Francophone voters.
So we'll be watching this situation all night long. I mean, the real question we're thinking at this point, Alia and Laura, is how many seats the CAQ will gain. And we'll be getting reaction here all night long from different candidates and different people close to the CAQ.
That's right. We're going to be watching how big that number potentially can get as the polls close, about under 20 minutes, close to 15 minutes before those polls close, and we'll start to get those results. Now, let's head over to the Liberal Party headquarters, where we find our reporter Tim Sargent at the Corona Theatre. That's in Liberal leader Dominic Anglade's riding of Saint-Henri, Sainte-Anne. And the Liberals have served as official opposition over the last 4 years. Tim, the question tonight is, will they hold on to that job?
And Alia, that is the big question indeed tonight. They really do want to hold on to that status of official opposition, but they are really facing some strong challenges from the Parti québécois, Quebec Solidaire, and to a lesser extent, the Conservative Party of Quebec. So this night is really a pins and needles night. Some former MNAs have started to show up here to wait to see what's going to happen with the results as they come in, but so far no candidate is here. But joining me right now is Global News political commentator Tula Drimonis. Tula, thanks very much for joining us. Can you just explain why this campaign really never got ignited, never fired for the Liberal Party or Dominic Anglade? From the first day to the end day, she never really got above 20% in the polls. What went wrong?
I think the political landscape in Quebec has completely changed, and I think we have the CAQ to thank for that. I mean, they really have changed the landscape. It used to be a traditional kind of federalist, sovereignist parties, and now it's more aligned to traditional left-right parties. And I think with that in mind, the traditional mainstream parties like the Liberals and the PQ, to some extent, have had a hard time kind of redefining who they are and rebranding themselves. So they're having a hard time with that.
And they're certainly having a hard time among the Francophone voters, which is a very key demographic which you really want to get. Is that more of a reflection of the party, Liberal Party itself, or do you think it has to do with Dominic Anglade's leadership?
I think it could be a combination of both. I'm not 100% sure what it is. I think to a certain extent, Anglade is kind of suffering from the Liberals' past, the lack of faith that maybe a lot of Francophones might be willing to put in them. And at the same time, she's in a very thankless position to be in. You know, she was voted in by acclamation. Nobody wanted that job. And she's a tenacious, very smart woman, but she's having a hard time connecting, I think, with voters.
And she's even having a difficult time trying to connect with her base among allophones and anglophones in the island of Montreal and in Laval and parts of the South Shore. She's struggling to try to even hold on to seats, never mind gain new seats. And there is in key ridings that should be Liberal strongholds like Marguerite Bourgeois, Verdun, even her own riding right here, St. Henri, St. Anne. What has gone wrong with just trying to maintain her base of anglophones and allophones?
I think it is in part to what I just said. They're trying to redefine themselves. And while they're trying to redefining themselves, I think they've been trying to reach out to more Francophones. In doing so, they fumbled a little bit along the way. You know, like their amendment to Bill 96, I think, was key in kind of turning off some anglophones and allophones who felt that the Liberals were perhaps not going to bat for them. And now they're in this position where they're kind of trying to regain votes that should have been a given for them.
Okay, well, we'll check in with you a little bit later on. Thanks very much, Tula Drimonas, our political news commentator, and we will have more throughout the night, and we'll keep a close eye on the numbers as they come in, Laura and Alia, to see if the Liberals can indeed hold on to official opposition.
Thanks for that, Tim. Definitely a hard night in the forecast for the Liberals. Now, if I can direct your attention to the bottom of the screen, polls say it's closing in about 13 minutes. And so that voter turnout, those numbers of people that have cast their ballot is going to dictate a lot of the results tonight. And a lot of these parties are depending on that voter turnout and the demographic that is going to come out tonight to vote. We have our global news reporter, Amanda Jelowicki, at the Quebec Solidaire headquarters, where they're really depending on that youth turnout tonight, Amanda. And she's at the M Telus Theatre. The expectations are really high for QS as they're hoping to make it to second place against the Liberals.
That's right, Alia. They are really hoping for a breakthrough this campaign. They're coming in with 10 seats, and party insiders here at Quebec Solidaire headquarters say anything fewer than about 15 seats will be a big disappointment. They're really hoping to pick up some new ridings. Tonight, a lot is riding on Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, but the big question is, has he been able to make that breakthrough? Joining me now to talk about this is Pearl Eliadis. She's a human rights lawyer and a professor at McGill University. Pearl, thank you so much for joining us. Pearl will be with us all evening long. So just to begin, has Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois done enough to make a breakthrough this election?
It's going to be really interesting to see, Amanda, whether or not the focus they've had on environmental issues and bringing out the youth vote is going to pull them out from their current 10 seats that they have as incumbents right now. There are several seats where they're threatened. There are several seats where they may pick them up. It's really unclear whether or not there's enough there for them to really make that difference and get up to the level they would need to become the official opposition.
Now, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois has really resonated with young people. He's a former student leader from 2012. He's 32. He's young. He has been targeting that youth vote. What's the danger with going after that youth vote in Quebec?
The biggest problem, of course, is that this is a demographic that historically has not voted. Now, there have been some changes in terms of the way that elections are run, including putting the possibility of voting on university campuses and CEGEPs. Will that make the difference for any of the parties? If it makes the difference for one party, it will be this one, Quebec Solidaire.
What do you think if the youth vote doesn't turn up? What is keeping them away? Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois really talked about climate change and the environment. That's an issue that really resonates with young people. If they don't come out and vote, why aren't they?
It's a great question. I was walking by the climate protests that happened really recently. You saw a huge turnout of young people. Clearly, the momentum is there, the energy is there. Question mark whether there have been double signals going on in terms of rolling back some of their more adventurous and ambitious plans in order to be more accommodating, if you will, to older demographics, and whether or not this might have turned off some of the younger voters.
Well, we'll be following this all night long. Thank you so much, Pearl. Some candidates have started to come in, and we'll be here giving you updates if this is the year that Quebec Solidaire has made the breakthrough. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much for that, Amanda. Curious to see if the Quebec Solidaire will make those gains that they are hoping to make. And we've seen a rise of these different parties coming through. And we're talking more about those because they could potentially take away votes from the Liberals, too.
Absolutely. And I think that is something that is so different about this election and really makes it stand out is because we have these sort of two new minority rights parties that have entered the scene. Of course, we're talking about the Canadian Party of Quebec, led by Colin Standish, and Bloc Montreal, headed by Balarama Holness, you may recall, ran in the last mayoralty race, so Montrealers will be familiar with him. And I think Montrealers tonight are curious to know, how are these parties going to fare at the end of the day? It's not expected that they'll win any seats, but will they contribute to vote splitting, and will that hurt the Liberals at the end of the day on the island of Montreal? Now, with polls closing in about 9 minutes, there are some aspects of this election, like I mentioned, that certainly stand out, particularly how all the choice that voters have of candidates in some ridings.
Yeah, this election saw several new parties, as we mentioned, throw their hats into the ring. Some analysts say it's because mainstream parties have ignored a large segment of the population. Amanda Jelowicki has more on that.
Colin Standish walks door to door in Westmount.
Hi, ma'am. How are you doing?
In this traditionally Liberal territory, he's trying to convince residents there's an alternative, his Canadian Party of Quebec.
But what's on your mind for this election then?
You see, I'm against Monsieur Legault.
There seems to be this institutionalized bias that somehow the Liberals have a monopoly on non-Francophone and Anglophone votes. I think that perception needs to be shattered.
Good afternoon.
Down the road in NDG, fellow upstart Balarama Holness also works the hustings.
Have you ever heard of Bloc Montreal?
He's specifically targeting Anglos and minorities.
Having Bloc Montreal here will ensure that we can uphold and fulfill the rights of immigrants, of minorities, of Anglophones, and we cannot have, the Liberal Party being soft on these issues.
Historically in Quebec, only a handful of parties fought in elections, mainly Federalists or Sovereigntists. This time around, it's a crowded field. As well as the CAQ, Liberals and PQ, Quebec Solidaire is making inroads, and Éric Duhaim's Conservative Party also trying to seduce Anglophones.
It's a pretty crowded space on the opposition side. And this is a different situation than we saw in the past.
Some blame mainstream parties for ignoring them, leading to more choice than ever.
I think we should all regret as voters that we haven't been, there hasn't been more of a reach out to us. We are disappointed and disenfranchised.
Analysts, though, say actually getting elected won't be easy.
It's enormous as a challenge. In the surveys, they do not appear. It is, from a statistical point of view, meaningless.
A challenge, no doubt, these candidates are willing to take. Amanda Jelowicki, Global News, Montreal.
Well, helping us analyze the results again this year is Guy Lachapelle, Concordia University Professor of Political Science. And Guy, as we saw in Amanda's story, voters have so much choice, especially that Anglophone community. What will you be watching for tonight?
Well, I think the first question tonight is how many seats the CAQ is going to win. I think everybody were expecting maybe close to 100. So I think that's the big number. And these numbers are coming in good part because in many districts, the traditional Liberals vote didn't, maybe people did not voted. We will check the turnout as well as soon as the figures are coming out. But it's important for many districts to see what kind of challenges and also the third party sometimes will make a difference, as we saw for the Liberals in Saint-Henri or elsewhere. There will be, or Verdun, there will be a lot of tie race, I think, tonight, which can end up to see the opposition or what will be left of the opposition to see how they will be able to manage. So we are watching all of these split vote, district, realignment of parties. That it seems that people don't have any more a real affiliation to a party. There is a kind of change in politics, I will say, in Quebec, and we see that also in the number of candidates coming from different groups. in Montreal. So it's a changing elections, and this is why this is an important election. We saw the beginning of that at the last election, but this time I think the outcome will be very important for the future and the future of leaders as well. I think many leaders might not be there by Christmas, so we have to wait and see throughout the evening how things will go on and how strong will be their support in each of the riding.
Certainly a number of nail biters this evening. For you personally, what was the biggest surprise throughout this election campaign?
I would say the majority of the La CAQ, essentially. I think it's a more referendum on the pandemic. I think the government, many people were saying essentially we want to continue with Mr. Legault because he did a relatively good job. He was the good father, I would say, throughout the last 3 years. And now people say, well, let's continue. And since the opposition is not really well organized, I think people were simply saying, let's continue with the stability and the former status quo, but let's give him another chance. And I think that was important. And again, the numbers were not changing much. They're always around 40%, between 37 and 40%. So pretty much stable. Whatever the campaign was and the change over week, I think it remained, for the CAQ at least, quite stable. So it seems that's a kind of rehearsal of the last election, but we'll see the changes that will happen tonight in terms of popular votes and number of seats.
Absolutely. It remains to be seen. Thank you so much for your insight there. That's Guy Lachapelle. And Laura, he was just mentioning about the future of these party leaders. And we have these expected shoo-ins, of course, but there are burning questions about a few of those other leaders, and you're going to take us through those.
Guy Lachapelle said it. Will some party leaders still be around by Christmas? I think that's a very important question. A fight for some, political fight certainly for some tonight. Others looking like it's going to be no contest. Where things stand now, obviously we still have about 3 minutes until polls close, but these are the ridings you're going to want to keep an eye on. Of course, L'Assomption, that is CAQ leader François Legault's riding. He won there with about 57% of the vote in 2018. Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne, that is the Montreal riding, currently held by the Liberal leader Dominique Anglade. You know, she won here with a tight race in 2018, and this year they're talking about a three-way race. You're going to be hearing three-way race a lot, I think, this evening, especially when we talk about Montreal. Camille Lorrain, this is Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon's riding, the PQ leader. He wants to win this seat tonight, but to do that, he's going to have to unseat the CAQ candidate, Richard Campeau, who won with a slim majority in 2018. So we're going to have to see how he fares tonight. Polls closing in about 2.5 minutes. And in Gouin, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, the co-spokesperson and leader of Quebec Solidaire, he won with 59% of the vote in 2018. You can say pretty much no contest there. So I don't think it would be a surprise if Nadeau-Dubois, who's led a very strong campaign, nabs his seat again tonight. And in Chauveau, another one to watch, because this is the seat that Éric Duhem, the leader of the Conservative Party of Quebec, of course, is trying to get. It would be his first seat in the National Assembly, but to do that, he's going to have to beat the incumbent CAQ candidate. So we heard Guy Lachapelle talk about this, that tonight we're going to be looking at perhaps a political shift, a change in this election. But where are parties strongest right now? Let's bring in David Aitken for that conversation, because the colors might be changing quite a bit tonight, David.
Yeah, they might be. And, you know, when you think about it, 3 of the 5 parties we're talking about are really pretty new. I mean, the ruling party, CAQ, is relatively new, brand new party, really, in the sense brand new reinvented party. In the Conservative Party, QS is kind of new. PQ is your parents' party, and the Liberals your grandparents' party. So let's take a look at the map just as we're waiting for the polls to close. Another minute to go, and I should point out, folks, no one will have results quicker than right here on Global News. As soon as the results come in, we got a direct line to Elections Quebec. They're going to pop up on the screen. So holler if we have a result. But let's take a look again at 2018, just quickly. This is 2018, not tonight. And really the ruling parties is the CAQ, their strength around Quebec City, the National Capital Region. That's where they're at. And then down through what's called the Chaudière-Appalaches region, and then into Montérégie, and then La Naudière. The CAQ very strong in those regions. While we're here, though, let's talk about that new party, the Conservatives. Elections Quebec publishes donor information, people who contribute to parties, and you know what? Chute de la Chaudière, a CAQ riding, tons of Conservative donors. The two Beauce ridings, Beauce Sud, Beauce North, again, lots of Conservative donors. So that's where the Conservatives definitely may show some strength. Of course, for the Liberals, their big strength, in fact, is Montreal, mostly on the West Island. That, of course, is the center of the Anglophone population in the province. That's the Liberal strength. They just have to hold that on. Quebec Solidaire has established its own core strength right now, right here in the downtown. They're looking to expand that, maybe move a little bit more into the east of Montreal. That's what they want to do today. And as the polls are closing right now, the polls have just closed. We'll now wait for some ridings to come in. And what about the Parti Québécois? Well, really, it's way out in the regions. It's the two northern ridings, Duplessis and René Lévesque on the Côte-Nord, and then Gaspésie and Île-de-Madeleine have been where the PQ has some strength. That's about it right now. You know, if there were people saying the PQ would be down to one seat. If that was that one seat, it would be Pascal Bérubé and Matapédy. Again, that was 2018. So here's the big map for 2022. We are now on, we'll probably see some results maybe from Île-de-Madeleine, which is right out here, because their polls closed an hour ago because they're on the Atlantic time zone. They've been counting up ballots for an hour now, and maybe we'll see something going on in the Gaspésie. I'm going to pull it up right now. And just while we're waiting, I just quickly tell you about this. This has been Liberal PQ, but tonight, for the CAQ, for the Coalition Avenir Québec, look at that. Jonathan Lapierre is running, very popular local mayor. He won with 88% in the last mayor's race. Jonathan Lapierre is the CAQ candidate. Very big deal when Premier Legault got this guy on his team. Will he break the mold and have the first ever CAQ MNA from this region? And I'll bet if Lapierre does it, if he wins Île-de-Madeleine, he's probably going into cabinet, because you want to have a cabinet minister from every region if you can. So there we are, guys. We got the board ready to go. I'm going to stand back and look for my first bit of color and then dart in.
Well, the polls have closed, so we should expect those
we got some results.
Elections. Oh, actually, we got them.
And let's pop them up right now. You can see that, as I said, the colors popped in. And we can see Mégantic. This is going to be a CAQ riding, most likely, with 2 polls in. CAQ's François Jacques has a 75-vote lead over the Conservatives. And federally, this is a Conservative area of the province. So the Conservatives right now are in second place there. That looks like it's Rousseau. Again, this is part of Nadeau-Dubois. This is a very strong CAQ region. And Louis-Charles Thuin is leading 373 votes over the PQ in second place. Just 2 polls in. Let's get a little bit wider in and take a look at what's going on in Montreal. And right now we have a bit of a potential change here. Marquette, you said the Liberals aren't winning there. Well, it's early, just 1 poll in, and the CAQ has a 5-vote lead over the Liberal incumbent, Enrico Ciccone. Again, this is West Island, Montreal. The CAQ right now has a bit of a beachhead. So, and we'll do one more just going up there to Dumontagne. Again, we think this will be CAQ territory again, and the CAQ are up to a 700-vote lead with 6 polls reporting. So that's what things look like right now. The only real change we're seeing is, as I say, is in the riding of Marquette. In West Island, Montreal, it's a Liberal riding. The incumbent is Enrico Ciccone. He is 5 votes behind the CAQ challenger right now. So we'll keep an eye, obviously all night long, on everything in Montreal. And again, at the bottom of your screen right now, 9 CAQ leading or elected, 1 Liberal leading or elected, PQ 1 leading or Liberal elected, and QS and the Conservatives yet to get on the board. So here we go.
And of course, that magic number is 63. That's what we'll be looking out for that majority government. And we're going to head over to Liberal Party headquarters now, where we find our Tim Sargent. And Tim, we've been talking about the fate of party leaders and, of course, Dominique Anglade, whether or not she is going to win in her riding. It's interesting, her confidence sort of shifted throughout the campaign. It was a little bit of a rocky start, but she got more, she loosened up a little bit more near the end. And actually, funny enough, yesterday she was up north in Ungava campaigning there on her last campaign day instead of in her own riding where she was hoping to make some gains. So do you think that's going to affect the numbers tonight?
Well, it certainly could affect the numbers, Alia. You know, she didn't campaign, as you said, the last day in her own riding, where it is still a very close race, or it's anticipated to be a very close race as the numbers come in. She's facing some strong challenges by Quebec Solidaire and the CAQ just in her own seat, and of course in other ridings, as was being just mentioned by David Akin, some key West Island ridings. But one riding that is probably a strong bet for the Liberals is Robert Baldwin. And joining me now is a former MNA who represented Robert Baldwin for 2 terms, Carlos Leitao. And Carlos, you were, Mr. Leitao, you were here watching the numbers come in. What is going through your mind as you see the numbers come in, and your thoughts on the campaign?
Well, you know, the campaign did not start well, so let's say that right up front. But I think in the second half of the campaign, we did much better. Dominic did much better in the second half of the campaign. I'm pretty confident that we will be able to retain all of our strong seats in the Montreal area, and that we will retain the official opposition status.
Well, you're sounding very confident, but as you know, there are still some seats that are up for grabs, even some of those Liberal strongholds like Marquette, like right here, even in Verdun. Why is it that some of these ridings you feel you're feeling confident, but yet why is it that some of the polling has shown that indeed it could be for a tight race and a long night for the Liberals?
Well, our internal polling suggests that here in Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne, same thing in Marquette, that in fact we should be doing well. And then secondly, the work that has been done on the ground by the candidates, particularly in Verdun. Isabelle Mélenchon has done a great campaign. She's very well known locally. And in those close ridings, I mean, the ability of the local candidate to mobilize his or her base is very important, and Isabelle has done that in Verdun.
And in 2018, you were elected with 31 seats. At the time that National Assembly dissolved, it was down to 27 seats. You only had in 2018 about 25% of the popular vote. What do you think is key tonight for it to be a successful night for the Liberal parties, beyond just making it to be official opposition? How many seats do you think you realistically can win and need to win to say it was a successful evening?
Well, we'll see how it goes. We are pretty confident that anything between 20 and 25 seats is possible, and that would allow us to retain the official opposition status, which is important. It's important because it will give Dominic the necessary time to rebuild and refocus the party to be a strong force in 2026.
And do you think that Dominic Anglade, has been saying that she's going to stay on for this term and perhaps beyond, as some people are coming on stage now to talk about what's happening? Do you think, though, that she will indeed stay on as party leader if you end up being official opposition, and do you think the party members will support her?
I think Dominic must stay on as leader of the Liberal Party. This is not the time to change Liberals, to change the leaders, and it's important. The last 2 years were very difficult. The pandemic and everything, Parliament that was only functioning on a part-time basis. So now the next 4 years is the time necessary to rebuild and refocus the party.
Okay, thanks very much. That's Carlos Leitao, the former finance minister and 2-term MNA for the Robert Baldwin riding. And there are some people now here from the Liberal Party who are on stage speaking about this evening. They're obviously, Alia and Laura, hoping to be official opposition once again. Some of the candidates of the Liberals have started to show up. Hopefully we'll catch up to them and get their input on this, and we'll keep you posted on all the events that are happening here at the Corona Theatre in the Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne riding.
Thanks for that, Tim. And we will be keeping an eye on those numbers at the bottom of the screen. As you heard, he said if they can reach between 20 and 25 seats, that is considered a good win. So let's take a look at that seat count right now. CAQ leading or elected in 25 ridings. The Liberals with 5, PQ 1, QS 1, and PC 1. So with that, let's head over to Dan Spector at the CAQ headquarters. And Dan, those numbers quickly coming in at this point. Is the excitement starting to build on your end?
You know, it's kind of funny, Alia, because I was listening to Tim speaking over there at Liberal headquarters, and every time you see the number go from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, people were exploding in cheers. But here at the CAQ headquarters, the same numbers are up on the big screen, and they're jumping up really fast, and there's not much reaction. It almost seems like people here are just expecting this. Like they're not even surprised, or they're not even really cheering as they see these numbers climbing really quickly. Obviously there's a buzz in the room and there's some smiles around, but definitely no big time cheers like we saw over there at Liberal headquarters. It seems people it's what they expected. Oh, there, of course, as soon as I say that, people do start cheering. So there you have it. All right, let's bring in Daniel Belland. He is the director at the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada. So Daniel, as we see these CAQ numbers jumping, any surprise for you?
No, I think that they are strong in terms of popular vote and number of seats where they are ahead. Of course, it's very early still, but I think that, there is very much optimism here at this theater in Quebec City, Le Capitole, because obviously they are really where they wanted to be, that is way ahead.
And it's interesting, you have all this enthusiasm, but I'm sure in many Anglophone households across the province, there is not much enthusiasm, because this is a party that is really not one that welcomes Anglophones, or that Anglophones at least do not feel welcome in. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, well, no, it's sure that it's not a love story between Anglophones and the CAQ. Overall, the CAQ last time in 2018, they only won 2 seats out of 27 on the island of Montreal, where many Anglophones live, and also many allophones. And I think that there is a sense among Montrealers, including especially Anglophones, that the CAQ is neglecting them, or even that the CAQ is really using them sometimes as a target in terms of Bill 96, for example. So I think that, yes, the CAQ overall is not very popular among Anglophones. That's the least we can say.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, definitely, Alia. Enthusiasm is rising in this room as some of these numbers get flashed across the screen, and some of the candidates who are here see that they're either leading or in a winning position. So you could definitely feel the hype rising by the minute. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, and it's likely to get even louder throughout the night. And Laura, we're seeing our first winner of the night.
Look at that. It's 8:11 p.m. We have the first MNA that has been elected as we see those seat numbers starting to rise. And it's in Rousseau, CAQ candidate Louis Chartouin, elected with 60% of the vote. Not much of a contest there. Pierre Vanier of the PQ in second at 18. Gisèle Desroches of the Conservatives at 10%. But there you go, a first elected for the CAQ tonight. In Marquette right now, David was talking about this riding earlier, and still the CAQ candidate Marc Baclini is in the lead at 34%. This, of course, is a Liberal stronghold currently held by former NHLer Enrico Ciccone. Laval, we talked about keeping a close eye in Laval. The one riding that the Liberals are expected to maintain tonight is in Chomedey, and so far so good for Sona Lacoyenne Olivier of the Liberal Party, leading now 37%. Still many votes, of course, left to be counted. And in Rosemount, right now the CAQ beating the QS incumbent Vincent Marissel by 40 votes. So the CAQ in the lead by 40 votes in Rosemont. That's going to be one riding to watch in Montreal. And in another tight race tonight, Fabre in the North Shore, the CAQ's Alice Aboukail is leading now with 38%. This could deliver another blow to the Liberals if they win in Fabre. And Les Îles de la Madeleine right now looking good for incumbent PQ Joël Arsenault, 46% of the vote. Right now has a 174 vote lead versus Jonathan Lapierre of the CAQ. So we're going to be keeping close tabs on that, as David is keeping close tabs on everything that's happening in the province right now, including in Jonquière, David.
Yeah, so, we were talking about the CAQ. I mean, they won a pile of seats last time, 74 in the last election. Where can they pick some up? Certainly, we talked about some they want to pick up in Laval and Montreal, but right now they've got some pickups as well up in the Saguenay. Let's just let me pull that up. Hold on a second. It's right down at the bottom. So there's two. In Jonquière, there was a popular, Sylvain Gaudreau was a popular PQ MNA not running, and right now the CAQ looking to pick up this seat. Yannick Gagnon, he's got 64% of the vote, 1,000 vote lead, 15 polls reporting. So that is a quick, big lead for the CAQ in Jonquière. We go next door to Roberval, and again, the CAQ looking for a pickup here. That had been Liberal at one point in time. It was Philippe Couillard's riding a long time ago. In a by-election, It flipped over to the CAQ, and Nancy Guillemette is looking to hold this right now. So those are the two there. And then if you're looking down at the tiles on the bottom of your screen, you were seeing at one point the PC, that's Parti Conservateur, they had 2. They're down to 1. What riding is that? It's right there. It's Lotbinière-Frontenac. That's just south of Quebec City. Again, it's an area that is conservative federally, and right now it's leaning conservative provincially. Christiane Gauthier has a 40-vote lead, that's not much, over the CAQ, the incumbent Isabelle Lecour. There are just 4 polls reporting. Just something to keep watching there, because again, you know, the Conservatives, they're focused heavily on that part around the Quebec City region, hoping to steal something from the CAQ. Eric Duhem, the leader, his whole point was Legault campaign on the right and then he governed on the left. Small C Conservatives didn't like that, and that's what they're trying to angle for here. So, yeah, lots of color on the map so far, and there's a change right there too. If the QS can pick that up. Duplessis had been a PQ riding. Right now, the QS is leading by 1 vote way up north in the riding of Duplessis. Also, let's go back a little bit further and check in on Montreal once again to see where things are going. Marquette, Laura mentioned that a minute ago. Yes, look at that. The CAQ is staying ahead, 153 votes. Again, that's West Island, and boy, the CAQ has got a lot of things right now. And there you go, Rosemont, again, that's Vincent Marcel is the incumbent, losing right now to the CAQ. And Red is disappearing right now. That's one of the stories in Montreal, dissolving Liberal votes. Back to you guys.
Oh, we have some breaking news for you. Global News is projecting that the Coalition Avenir Québec will form a majority government. The CAQ is now leading or elected in 38 ridings across the province. And we are going, yeah, that's 8:15, and we have called a majority government. So we're going to head over to Dan Spector at the CAQ headquarters for that reaction.
Alia, a lot of excitement here in the room. People definitely screaming, high-fiving, hugging, waving campaign signs around. As soon as they got the news that this was going to be a CAQ majority government, of course, this is what we were expecting, but still a lot of people really happy, a lot of smiling faces, and among them is Éric Kerr. He is the CAQ candidate in La Pelletrie. Mr. Kerr, seeing that your party is going to have another majority government, how does it make you feel? What's going through your mind?
Well, it's a great feeling, I think, but we have to stay humble, you know, because it's a challenge now to prove that Quebecers are right to put their confidence in our party for a second mandate.
What do you think it is about your party's message that has been resonating with so many people?
Well, I think it's the way we manage the outbreak. People were satisfied about the management of the Premier and our government, and I think they decide to give us a break for more years.
You know, it's interesting because it's a party that a lot of Anglophones don't necessarily feel at home with. Do you see any willingness for your party moving forward to sort of extend an olive branch a bit more to the Anglophone community?
Well, I think we have more to do to federate Anglophone. Here in Quebec City, we find a way to deal with them and to make them, comfortable with our policies. And I think we have to do the same thing with Anglophone from Montreal.
What about working with the opposition? If you guys are, by all accounts, it's going to be a pretty convincing victory here. Is there going to be the need to really listen? I know the Premier said in his message yesterday that he really wants to sit down with the opposition and listen to their ideas. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we have to do so. We have to work with the opposition. Myself, I led 3 bills in the last legislature, and all of them were adopted with the majority, not majority, unanimously. So I think it's the way we have to work with the opposition to make sure that democracy is respected.
It seems with every passing moment, there's another seat that the CAQ is either leading in or calling as victorious. I mean, how does it feel for you seeing these numbers climbing like they are?
Well, it's the people will. It's the people will. So we have to work with that number of new elected people, and well, it will be a challenge too.
And what do you think we're going to be able to expect from the Premier moving forward? People thought he didn't run a great campaign, but Mr. Legault, is he feeling energized? What do you think?
Oh yeah, yes, he will. I mean, you know, what people have to judge right today, how François Legault managed the pandemic, how he was as a premier, and I think the judgment is they are satisfied.
Definitely, Mr. Kerr. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
Thank you.
All right, that's Eric Kerr. He's the MNA candidate for La Pelletrie. You know, it's the feelings are rising up in this room, Alia and Laura. There's a lot of happiness, a lot of celebration, and I think there's going to be a lot more cheers to come by what we're seeing. Back to you.
Absolutely not a massive surprise there. But now the question, David, is how big will that number get? Even as I was making that call, the number was jumping at the same time. And now they are leading or elected in 42 ridings.
Yeah, I don't think 74 is going to be good enough for the CAQ to go victory because, you know, it was built in. They've led in every poll since they were elected 40 years ago. 74, 70 seats, somewhere in there, that's probably seen as a bit disappointing if you're a CAQ supporter. So you want to win more seats than that. I think they'd like to see 80 at least. They would say, aha, that is a victory. Then we've claimed some seats. Right now, leading and elected in 46. This is the current electoral map of most of Quebec, starting with Montreal down here, moving up the river, Quebec City, etc. You can see we still have a lot of gray on the map. A lot of ridings have yet to report their first results, and that's why the numbers in the bottom will not add up to, 125 in the National Assembly. And how did the CAQ do this? Well, I mean, there's 2022. Here is 2018. Pop, there we go. That's it. That's where the CAQ won last time, and look at where they are now. They're holding what they have. I mean, that's the first thing every party wants to do. Hold on to what you got and then see if you can expand somewhere else. Right now, if I'm looking at those results, I'm probably a little nervous if I'm Quebec Solidaire. I think they were hoping to build on the 10 seats they won and move that into maybe 12 to 15. We'll see. The night is still young. We're still counting votes. And the Parti Québécois, oh goodness me, they are down right now, leading or elected in just one. And Matane-Matapédia has not reported. That is their stronghold. That's where Pascal Bérubé is the PQ incumbent. That hasn't reported. Right now, the only place that the PQ are holding is right there in Île-de-Madeleine. And this is an interesting story for many reasons. And Joël Arsenault is looking okay. He's right now the only PQ MNA leading or elected. Île-de-Madeleine, the Madeleineers, they tend not to re-elect people. They have not re-elected an MNA since 2003. They keep throwing in the incumbents out. Maybe it's Arsenault's good fortune tonight to be re-elected. Right now, that's the only place that the PQ is leading. They're losing right now. Gaspé, the CAQ is ahead. The PQ incumbent is losing. Right now, again, this is Gaspé. Stéphane Sainte-Croix, he runs Destination Gaspé, the tourism industry operator, is leading by 254 votes out in the Gaspé. We want to close that as well. And then I mentioned two other areas where the PQ had been the incumbent, and that is we go up north. Duplessis, the CAQ is winning in the north, taking seats away from the PQ. We go right next door in René Lévesque. And again, we see where, in this case, it's the CAQ taking seats away from the PQ. Yves Montigny, the CAQ, is ahead in the riding of René Lévesque. So right now, as we look at these things, there's Matane-Matapédia finally reporting its first results. I mentioned Pascal Bérubé. He's roared out already with 2 polls reporting. He's got 61%. I think he'll be okay, and maybe Île-de-Madeleine comes in, but the Parti Québécois is going to have an existential moment if they stick around 5 or less. Then, this is a party a generation ago was, government. Pauline Marois, just 3 elections ago, was a PQ premier. That doesn't look very good for them. And the Libs, they're trying to get to 2022. And as you say, the CAQ, they want to rack it up. I think they want to get 80 to really say that was a victory. So even though we have a majority government, it's going to be Premier Legault again, age 65. He's going to be the first back-to-back premier with majority since Robert Bourassa did it in the 80s. That's kind of significant, one for the history books. But he'll want to have a big win. He'll want to have 80 seats, and we're not there yet. Back to you guys.
Yeah, less than half an hour since the polls closed, Laura. So, I mean, that map is already beaming with light blue, but a lot of big questions yet left to answer. And where are we seeing some of those gains and losses?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. The CAQ coasting to that majority government right now, leading or elected, and in 53. And while one of them is in L'Assomption. So perhaps congratulations are in order for Premier François Legault winning his seat in L'Assomption yet again. And look at that, with 70% of the vote, still polls left to count, but he's been elected. He won there with 57% in 2018. So obviously, electors in that riding are saying, we trust you, Mr. Legault, for another 4 years. Let's look at some of the gains and losses. So for the CAQ right now, we're looking leading elected in 53. Still lots more to count. So we're at -23. The Liberals at -14. We're going to have to see if the Liberals start to pick up some steam, of course, in Quebec. Quebec Solidaire, as David has been saying, it's moving a little slowly for them. They're right now leading or elected in 4. They're at -6. We're going to see how that picks up. And also interesting to see the popular vote as it stands right now. So the CAQ, we know popular vote doesn't always necessarily translate with seats and vice versa. So popular vote right now for the CAQ at 50%, which I got to say is quite good. Better than you can say than it was in 2018, where they ended at 37% of the popular vote. So already they're leading in that. And then the PQ Liberals at about 14%, the Conservatives at 10. You see the opposition sort of in the teens. So the CAQ leading quite heavily there. And in Montreal, this is what we're going to be looking at right now. We know we have a CAQ majority government, but what's going to happen in Montreal? Will we see that political shift? Well, right now the Liberals hanging on to seats. They're leading or elected in 10. That's at a loss of -8 right now. They're still clinging to that popular vote at about 40%. The CAQ at 25. So you see that margin not so big than in Montreal than it was in the province of Quebec. So is the CAQ going to manage to nab more seats in Montreal? That is what we're going to be looking at right now in popular vote. So as you can see the numbers, these are the smaller minority parties. Look at Bloc Montreal, 0.7% right now of the popular vote. The Canadian Party of Quebec at 0.2%. I know many of our viewers watching us tonight that were looking for those different avenues from the Liberals because perhaps you felt betrayed by them. Well, in the popular vote, they're not doing so well at the moment. But as David was saying, the night is still young to see what happens there with the opposition. Alia, back to you.
And Laura, we're going to throw it over to Dan Spector at the CAQ headquarters because, of course, you did say that François Legault has been elected in his riding of L'Assomption. We were expecting that in any case, but I mean, the campaign, some were saying, was a complete disaster, but it didn't seem to make a difference at all.
Yep, that's right. I mean, obviously here the vibes are only good. There's a lot of celebration. There's cheers that come out every few minutes as there just seems to be more and more good news coming out on top of more good news. You see people behind me. They have entered this sort of dance floor area, if you will, and they're holding up their placards and people are just getting more and more excited. And among those who is definitely going to be excited is the Deputy Premier. Joining me now, Geneviève Guilbeault. Madame Guilbeault, how are you feeling right now with the way the night's going so far?
I'm feeling very happy and excited. I'm still waiting for the results in Louis-Hébert, which is where I ride, but I am very happy because I think we put a lot of energy in our campaign. I am very proud of my chief, of our Prime Minister, who did an excellent campaign. According to me, we made concrete and constructive and positive propositions that are connected to what the population needs, I think, because I spoke with a lot of people during all the campaign. People say cost of life, climate changes, those are things that worry our Quebecers, and we had very concrete measures that we proposed to them, and tonight they are saying, yes, we want to do this with you, and so we are very happy.
How many more seats do you think you guys could add? And to you, what would be a success? Obviously, you want to add to the total of 2018. What would be a success for you?
Well, I think we want to keep our 76 MNAs that we already had, but we want to have more certain gains. I think about Sherbrooke. We would like to win Sherbrooke. Maurice Richard in Montreal. We have excellent candidates all over the province of Quebec, and we have a lot of quality women who are candidates. We have a record, 69 candidates that are women. And so, but the more we have, the best it is.
What are your feelings about the island of Montreal? It's a place you guys didn't have a huge amount of success last election. What do you have your eyes on this time?
Well, I think we can have some gain on the island of Montreal. We want to keep Camille Lorrain and Pointe-aux-Trembles, but we have 4 ridings that we are looking to very carefully, and we are hoping that we can win them. So we'll see later.
Madame Guilbeault, your party is one that Anglophones don't feel hugely connected to, as you could probably hear on a daily basis. They didn't like, a lot of Anglophones don't like Bill 21, they didn't like Bill 96. How could you reach out to Anglophones, and is that even something that you guys want to do?
We always wanted to work with Anglophone people. They are an important community in the Quebec, and we always made sure that those bills that you are talking about, 96, 21, that they were respectful of this of the Anglophone community, and we protected their rights, and so we will still want to work closely with them.
Do Anglophones have a place in this nationalism the Premier has spoken so much about?
Of course. They are part of Quebec. They are part of our identity, of our nationalism flame, and so they are very important. I have my colleague Christopher Ski that is responsible for the collaboration with the Anglophone community, and I hope he will be re-elected too tonight in Laval and Sainte-Rose, and so we'll keep on the great work together.
Geneviève Guilbeault, the Deputy Premier, smiling like so many people are here tonight. We'll send it back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, it's just getting louder and louder there at the CAQ headquarters, and that was our Dan Spector reporting for us. And now I'll draw your attention to the bottom of your screen where those numbers are coming in, the seat count. We have CAQ leading or elected in 74 ridings. As a reminder, at dissolution, CAQ was at 76, so they're getting closer and closer to that. And Liberals, 14 leading or elected. QS 5, which is likely a disappointment, but the night is still early. They're hoping at least to get that official party status, which is 12, PQ at 2, and PC at 0. So we're going to talk to Guy Lachapelle right now about what the headline out of tonight's result are for you, Guy.
Well, Alia, you can see already the figures are pretty clear that it's a very rapid call for calling a majority government, but it's also having a party as forming with a huge majority. 74 is pretty already leading, so it's pretty stronghold. The question now is all the other regions. We mentioned Laval at the beginning. We didn't get any results so far very clear, so we have to wait. In some riding, it seems that it takes time. They didn't have enough resources and manpower to count the votes. So we have to wait and see in many of those close race tonight, and then we'll see later. But as you said, it's early. Things can change, but so far the trend is pretty clear about the next government.
Absolutely. And I want to talk to you more about the popular vote. We were getting some results coming in earlier from Laura saying that CAQ currently at around 50%. Now, it brings up a question about electoral reform. That's been discussed a number of times, whether or not if we see that CAQ number increase closer and closer, maybe even to the number 100, how that could be seen as slightly unbalanced, and whether or not that is going to bring up the question again as to whether or not electoral reform is required.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, when we have a realignment election, it means that there is a new distribution of seats and votes among parties. So this time we'll see it. There's 5 parties. It's a lot of parties in our election. We are not in Europe, or usually we run with 2 parties, the main parties. And this traditional PQ Liberals battles is over in many ways. So we have to see how, at the end of the night, what will be the end results and the popular votes, and also the participation rate. So maybe many people, the 50% might be just representing those people who voted tonight, and many maybe did stay at home. We'll see it because they were sure that the CAQ was going to win. So we have to be very careful at this point. But clearly the question of having an electoral reform is on the air everywhere. It's been in the air in Canada, in many at the federal level, provincial level, back to the 60s. But the question is getting the momentum. And it's a kind of legislation you pass it in the first year when you're elected, not at the end. And that was the difficulty for Mr. Legault then. Tried to bring that, and he realized that it will be impossible to do it in a short time. So the question is, it's also I will say the pundit and everybody want to push for that. There's a lot of people asking for it, and it's in 1984 the chief electoral officer did propose what we call a moderate proportional, like keeping the seats and having a number of seats proportionally. So that's the kind of question, but it's too complicated, I would say, for people. They just want to all and have a vote for their MPs and who represent themselves. So the number of seats after, it's always a technical question, but we will have to see. I'm sure there will be pressure on that, as we see all the time, and about, especially coming from minority parties who want a better representations.
And we'll see what comes out of that, although Legault has said in the past that only intellectuals are interested in electoral reform. So we'll see what pans out there. We're going to head over to the Liberal Party headquarters, where we find our Tim Sargent to get some of the reaction, perhaps a disappointment at this point in the evening. Tim, how's it going there?
Well, they're actually watching the poll numbers very closely in a lot of these ridings, and some of the close ones. Some of the ones are doing well, and other ones not so well. So there's been some cheering for those ones that are still, too close to call right now. But joining me is a candidate from Lac-Saint-Jean, Tricia Murray, who ran her first campaign. And Tricia, I just want to get, first of all, your reaction, learning first that the CAQ has formed a majority. What's your reaction?
But we're gonna have the official opposite, so we can talk on Legault on the real issue Quebecers have. So we have like the voice at the official opposite at the Parlement. Yeah, it's really important for us.
And you're one of the young new candidates who's running. There's quite a few young new candidates. Is this next 4 years, though, as official opposition, if that's the case, going to be about rebuilding the party over the next 4 years with some of the young rising candidates? How do you look at the next 4 years for the Liberal Party?
Yeah. In the next 4 years, with the young person, we will rebuild the party because we can look on ahead and don't look back. So we go ahead all the way. So it's really important for us to take the election, live what emotion we have, and after that we stand up and we build for the next 4 years. It's really important to be there for the opposition and be there in 4 years more stronger and more confident.
And one of the areas where the Liberals really struggled on this election and during this last campaign was among the Francophone voters, where the polling was very low. It was hard for Dominic Anglade to make inroads with Francophones. You're obviously fighting a tough battle in Lac-Saint-Jean there. What is it that's made it so difficult for the Liberals to really get the Francophone vote out in favor of them?
I think we stand up for the law 96. And then it's make the Francophone
reconsider.
Reconsider, but we know they have issue with French in Quebec, and we need to be there for the French, but we need to be there for all of us. The immigrant we don't have to go on the home of every Quebecer to say, oh, you need to speak French on the run on the table, because you can have a great career and speak English, Spanish, or whatever in home. It's not decide for your work and what you want.
And for you personally, Lac-Saint-Jean is a CAQ stronghold. What are your plans? You're not going to be elected in this coming mandate. What are your plans for the next 4 years? Do you think you will run again one day?
Yeah, we'll run again one day. That's a first experience. That's a cool first experience. I like to be there and talk with the other one. And the next 4 years, I will work to build back the Liberal Party.
Okay, thanks very much. That's Tricia Murray, the Liberal candidate from Lac-Saint-Jean. And Alia, Laura, looks like the Liberal Party will have some rebuilding to do, but they are hoping to be the official opposition as the numbers keep coming in and try to, get those seats close to 27 or 31, which they had 31 in 2008 and when the 2018 rather, and when the National Assembly dissolved in August, it was down to 27. Alia?
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Tim. And Laura, we're seeing those numbers with the CAQ. It keeps on moving up, but the Liberals are staying pretty stable. It's slowly coming in right now. Again, we keep saying it's early, but it's...
Well, Guy Lachapelle was pointing to perhaps resources in certain regions, so the counting might be taking a little longer, but I know a lot of you watching are probably biting your nails if you haven't before, wondering what is happening in my neighborhood, in my neck of the woods, especially Montreal and Laval. I mean, I think that's going to really provide a clear picture to where the Liberals stand after tonight once we see what is happening in Laval. And let's go to the North Shore right now in Fabre, for example, where results are starting to trickle in. And look at that. This is a Liberal stronghold. But right now, with 10 polls counted, Alice Aboukail is leading with 44% of the vote. So we're looking at about a 400 vote lead. Let's look at Mille-Îles, another one, Liberal, a stronghold. Virginie Dufour, however, is coming in at 24%. The CAQ candidate Julie Sayed at 43%, and she has a healthy 1,000 vote lead there. And let's go back to Montreal. NDG, Liberal stronghold, and there you have it. No surprise, Desiree McGraw, we can say she has been elected in NDG. Of course, this was Catherine Wiles' riding. She decided not to reoffer this year. Desiree McGraw was the replacement, and she did her job. She's been reelected in NDG. That, by the way, was Balarama Holness's riding, where he was trying to nab a seat. So not good news tonight for Balarama Holness. Let's look at the Capitale Nationale region, some seat gains and losses. David's going to talk a bit more about the Quebec City region in just a minute. The CAQ right now leading or elected in 8. That's at a loss of 1. Quebec Solidaire leading or elected in 2. Right now, that's at par at 0. The popular vote, we're talking a lot about the popular vote in Capitale Nationale. Coalition Avenir Québec right now at 48%. Look at that, though. The Conservatives coming in second there at 20%. When we talk about where the Conservatives might be leading tonight, we're talking about Beauce-Nord, Beauce-Sud, perhaps maybe in Chauveau, where Éric Duhem is running. So let's see what's happening a little more in that region. Maybe try to explain that popular vote for the Conservatives, David, right now coming in second in the Capitale Nationale region.
That's right. And I think the last polls we saw before the voting started, I think the Conservatives are polling across the province somewhere around 14, 15%. Yes, that would have been concentrated in and around the National Capital Region. This is what the riding map looks like right now. We still have some ridings that are gray. That means there's no results. This is Eric Kerr. We had the minister on just a few minutes ago with Dan Spector. There's no results right now in La Pelletrie, so we don't know what's happening there. In fact, I just looked just before this segment. I think there's like 24 ridings which have yet to report result. At least 7 of those are on the island in Montreal, at least 5 of which would have been Liberal. So, and one of those is the Liberal leaders riding. We don't have results there yet. Anyways, let's talk a little bit more about the National Capital Region. This is Quebec City. I'm going to take you to the riding of Jean Lesage, where the incumbent is Saul Zanetti. He's got a 56-point lead, but I want to show you what's been going on here. This is polls reporting, percent of polls reporting. This is the popular vote. And you can see we have a line crossing. In other words, at the beginning of the night, the CAQ Blue, they were in first, and then the QS has overtaken them. So that was a flip and a flop. We're going to keep an eye on Jean Lesage. It was a pretty much tight race there. The CAQ would love to have that if they could. They'll love to have every one. So QS holding in Jean Lesage, and then right in the heart of Quebec City, the old Quebec, Taschereau, Etienne Grandmont. He is a new QS candidate, environmentalist, activist. He's leading right now, 274 votes with 14 polls reporting over the CAQ. Now, we talked about, or Laura talked about the fact that this is Conservative territory. Let's just jump into Chauveau for just a second, right up there where Éric Duhem, the Conservative leader, is trailing the CAQ incumbent Sylvain Lévesque. Now we've got 14 polls out of 205. I'll get out of the way there. You can see that number up there. 14 polls of 205 reporting. So still early on, but right now Sylvain Lévesque has an 847 vote lead over the Conservative leader. Still, he's in second place with 31%, and it's all relative. In 2018, this is where the Conservative leader ran before. It was Duhaime's predecessor. They only got 9%. So the fact they're in second place, if you're a Conservative, and Éric Duhaime has said he thinks he's ready to give a decade as leader to build his party. It could take some time. He's only been leader for a year now. So that is Chauveau. And then we mentioned if you go south, let's go first to Chute de la Chaudière. We've got a star candidate here for the CAQ. It's Martine Biron. Many of those Quebecers who watch French language political talk shows, Martine Biron was essentially the chief political correspondent for Radio-Canada up till a week before the election. It was a bit controversial. Was she talking to the premier back in the spring while she was still a political journalist about becoming a politician? Who knows? But it seemed very much like there was here's a safe riding, you might be in cabinet. Keep an eye on Martine Biron. And anyhow, she is leading 949 votes over who's in second place? It's the Conservative in Chute de la Chaudière, 28% of the vote for Mario Forte. So again, if you're a Conservative, this is something to build on. It's still probably going to be a CAQ seat. Then we go to the two Beauce seats. Beauce Nord, we have Luc Provençal, the CAQ incumbent. He is leading by 65 votes. It's kind of close. 47% to 42%. Again, it's the Conservative, Olivier Dumais, with 5 polls reporting. Still very early. That's Beauce Nord. And then we're going to go to the southern one right down by the border. Les Beaucerons, they are small C Conservatives. They vote Conservative federally. And here in Beauce Sud, Samuel Poulin, the CAQ incumbent, is ahead. But once again, we have another Poulin, as it turns out. Jonathan Poulin, the Conservative candidate, is in second place with 29%. So, there's a lot of stories that even though, every party comes into these races with some objective, and certainly the Conservative Party of Quebec would have, let's win 1, let's win 2, but they can look and say, wow, we finished second. Wow, in some important ridings to the CAQ, and the CAQ seem to be sweeping everything, and so they are showing some strength up here in the National Capital Region. It's hard to see that aquamarine blue. It just, I guess the Quebecers may have just said, well, if you can't beat them, let's join them. Look it down on the tiles. 88 seats now. The CAQ is leading or elected. 88 seats. That's just incredible. We do have a result now. I want to point it out. In Saint-Henri-Saint-Anne, Dominique Anglade, the Liberal leader, with 3 polls reporting, just 3 polls reporting. She's got a 14-point lead. That is not exactly ready to let your hair down, if you will. A 110-point lead now as 7 polls are reporting. Here they come over the QS candidate, Guillaume Clich-Rivard. That would be a big deal if the QS could beat the Liberal leader. And we have a result. This is also one I want to point out. Camille Laurent, where the PQ leader, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, is hoping to win. Remember, this is where the Quebec Solidaire candidate, Marie-Ève Rancourt, sort of withdrew. She got caught stealing pamphlets from the PQ out of a mailbox, so she withdrew. You'd think that would help the PQ. So far not. Richard Campeau, the CAQ incumbent, is leading by only a bit, 37 votes, with 1 poll reporting, so we're really early. That's where Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon is hoping to win. So we're starting to see some results now in important ridings on the island of Montreal. I could keep going all night long, but I'm going to throw it back to you guys. Ollie, Laura, how are you doing?
Wow, that's a lot of light blue there on your map, and 91 leading or elected in 91 ridings right now. Laura, let's take a look at some of those ministers, CAQ ministers, and if they've been elected in their ridings.
We don't mind when you talk, David. We like listening to you. You're giving us a lot of good information tonight. Look at that, the CAQ now leading or elected in 90 ridings. They're just coasting, you can say tonight. Let's look at some of the incumbent ministers now. I'm sure a lot of people are asking that question that have been re-elected tonight. We saw Geneviève Guilbeault earlier with Dan Spector, always looking towards the screen to see if she's been re-elected in Jean Lesage. Right now, though, we have results coming in from Berthier, Caroline Proulx, re-elected with 54% of the vote. No contest there for Caroline Proulx. In Terrebonne, Pierre Fitzgibbon, our Minister for Economic Development, 64%, a healthy 2,000 vote lead. Congratulations to Mr. Fitzgibbon. In Chambly, look at that, our Education Minister, Jean-François Roberge, has been re-elected with 58% in South Shore Chambly, so a win there for the CAQ. And in Deux-Montagnes, Environment Minister and Minister for Racism, Benoit Charette, re-elected there in Deux-Montagnes with 57% of the vote. And Sonia Lebel, 61% re-elected in Champlain. So far looking very good for the CAQ's incumbent ministers tonight. Let's look at some tight races, not so tight actually in Fabre, but one we're keeping a close eye on. In Fabre, North Shore, the CAQ is still in the lead right now at 45%. Again, as we've been saying all evening, a Liberal stronghold in Mille-Îles. Francine Charbonneau of the Liberals did not reoffer this year, but her replacement Virginie Dufour not doing so well right now, 24%, but still early on in the evening, of course. Laval des Rapides, this might be surprising. Saul Polo, a well-liked Liberal MNA, 21% though right now. The CAQ candidate Céline Aitayan at 41%. And if we go to Vaudreuil in the Montérégie, there again, Eve Bellec, she is leading right now at 42%. This delivering just more blows to the Liberal Party as so far as things are standing now, especially in the Laval region. And Anjou-Louis-Riel, another Montreal riding we're looking closely at. Karine Boivin-Roy, almost no, she's doing very well right now, 64%, 300 vote lead. Again, still early on. We've only counted 4 out of a possible 133 votes, but this is a Liberal stronghold, imagine, since 1998. Listerio did not reoffer this year, and that was the window for the CAQ to walk through, and looks like they are taking that opportunity in Anjou-Louis-Riel tonight. Very interesting results unfolding. Alia, back to you.
Absolutely. Definitely interesting results, and so early on in the night as well. Now we're going to head over to Liberal Party headquarters. Tim Sargent is standing by. And Tim, I can only imagine it's a disappointment so far for the Liberals. I mean, we saw that dwindling support for the Liberals, particularly among Anglos, because they felt that sense of betrayal with the language law, Bill 96. Do you think that's being reflected in the results at all tonight?
It certainly looks that way. It's, you know, they're struggling to still become the official opposition. That has not been clearly defined if that's going to happen. And while they're leading the other parties, there still looks like a very disappointing result compared to 2018 or even the number of seats that they had when the National Assembly dissolved. And that could be a reflection of losing some of their base, the allophone and the anglophone votes, and of course not tapping in at all to the francophone votes. And joining me right now is Tula Drimonis, our political commentator, to discuss this. And Tula, how would you define this moment for now for the Liberal Party tonight?
I feel like I would call it a victory because official opposition is what they were gunning for at this point, but it's almost on probation. It's kind of like we're giving you one more chance. I believe a lot of people voted with that in mind. Kind of, we're giving you one more chance. Let's see what it is that you can deliver next time around. I think they wanted an opposition that had a little more experience and maturity compared to the other parties and the other leaders.
When you look at the number of seats, if they don't even manage to win what they won in 2018 when they were official opposition, which was 31, and they're not even close to that right now, is that not going to be a major disappointment, especially with some of these very close races that they could be losing?
I think it is a disappointment, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a reflection on Anglad's campaign or the Liberals in general or how they're perceived. It might be more reflective of our system, you know, first past the post, the fact that there have been a lot of other parties that have been gunning for some of that attention that kind of divides, splits the vote. So it doesn't necessarily mean, as much as it's probably disappointing for them, it doesn't necessarily reflect on their performance.
And also, though, they have the loss, or some of the previous incumbents who weren't running again, like we had Carlos Leitao on, Gaetan Barrette, Pierre Arcan, none of those candidates were running this time around, and there's a lot of fresh candidates, people that the electorate may not recognize. Did that, you think, play a factor, that there's not that recognizable candidate that they can see and they relate to?
I think it did to a certain extent, although the Liberals still do have some really good, like, I wouldn't call them stars, but they're up-and-comers. You know, there are a few people there that I would consider future leaders, possibly, if Anglade decides to walk away from politics in the future. But I think it did play a certain role for sure.
And Carlos Letao has spoken that he feels confidence that Dominic Anglade will stay on as the official opposition leader, and she has even said so. Do you think that they will do that, even if their numbers are not as good as in 2018, even if they do make it to official opposition?
I think she will stay on. I mean, she has a reputation for being quite tenacious. You know, she managed a pretty good campaign despite the odds, despite what she was dealing with. The fact that the Liberals. That's a good question. I think I do. I believe so. I mean, again, we're speculating. You know, it's an educated guess on my part, but I believe that they probably will. You know, she was there when nobody wanted that position, and she fought hard, and I think she ran a decent campaign.
And what would be your strategy then to help, or your advice to help rebuild the Liberal Party so that they can come out stronger in 4 years from now?
I think it's an opportunity for them to rebuild, possibly, you know, attract more candidates. Definitely reach out to Francophones because they are missing. You know, that base right now, and also people that could possibly attract more Francophone voters. And it's an opportunity for them to maybe rebrand themselves and reposition themselves differently in a very different, political landscape right now.
Thanks very much, Chula. There you have it from Chula Drimonis, our political commentator on the fate of the Liberal Party going forward here over the next 4 years and the rebuilding that they have to do. And we've heard that over and over again, especially among the Francophone voters, where they have failed, it appears, tonight to make some inroads, as they trail far behind, and they're hoping to become the official opposition. But the number of seats that they may win may not be anywhere close to what they had in 2018. Alia, back to you.
And during the campaign, Dominic Anglade was hoping to unify Quebec, get those Francophone votes, gain those Anglophone votes. Doesn't seem to be happening, but there is a lot playing out in the Laval riding.
Yeah, absolutely. And we said it off the top. So coming into tonight, 5 of 6 ridings currently Liberal. But what are we going to see tonight? And it looks like so far the CAQ, as we've been seeing, is leading in some of those ridings. So everyone right now has their eyes on Laval. What is happening there right now as it stands in Laval? Leading or elected the CAQ in 4 of the riding. So they're doing very well. Look at that. It's at right now at a gain of 3. The Liberals leading or elected in 2. That's at a -2 right now. So that's the CAQ is getting that power in Laval. And if we look at the historical popular vote in Quebec, so 2018, we were talking the CAQ getting about 37%. This year, this election, we're about 47%. But look at the seat discrepancy. We were at 74 in 2018, 92 as we speak right now, leading or elected for the CAQ. And for other parties, as you see, much lower. The Liberals 25. Right now, they're at 12.5%. The QS at 12% right now. And I think that has to do with the fragmentation of the opposition, that there are so many other parties. Guy Lachapelle has been talking about this all night as well, how probably that has favored the CAQ, obviously, to some extent tonight. Let's go to David Aiken, though, because he's looking at Laval. And I don't know, David, we might go completely CAQ blue there tonight.
Yeah, and Chomedey is like that is the sort of the strongest Liberal riding among the 6 on Laval. It's still red. Vimont up here, it right now is in the Liberal column. Let's start there. In fact, if we want to talk about things, right now the Liberal candidate, she's a new candidate, Annabella Montero. She's got a 311 vote lead with 19 polls reporting. So we've got a certain amount here, so things are starting to gel. So 36% of the vote to the CAQ candidate, Valérie Schmaltz, at 26%. That's Vimont, but I think if we take a look, we've had some lead changes tonight. Again, these are the sort of the leads through the night as polls report. And you can see the CAQ started out in the lead, dropped back, popped back up in the lead. So this is back and forth. I want to remind you that in 2018, Vimont was one of the closest races in the entire province. The Liberals won by only about 500 votes up in Viemont. The other close one was Laval de Rapide. It went Liberal by less than 100 votes, but this time around, the CAQ candidate, Céline Hétayen, she has a 500-vote lead, 40% of the vote, with 11 polls reporting. Sao Paulo is the Liberal incumbent in second place. So right now, Laval is great for the CAQ. They absolutely wanted to establish more seats in the Montreal region. They didn't want to just be the party of the regions. You know, Montreal is obviously the biggest city in the province. It's where the business community is centered. And somebody here, if they win some seats, you'll want to have, you know, when you start building cabinets, and this will be something that will be the kind of problem any premier wants to have. Premier Legault is going to have a lot of talent from a lot of regions. He's got a lot of new people. He'll want to have people from each region. He's going to have somebody from Gaspésie likely in his cabinet. We don't know who that's going to be. And he'll want to have somebody from Laval, presumably, in his cabinet, one of the ridings here. So Liberal vote crumbling on Laval. It's not just there. They've also lost the South Shore. There's no Liberals on the South Shore. Let's think about the riding of La Pinière. This was Gaétan Barrette's old riding. The Liberals have held it since 1989. Gaétan Barrette was the health minister for Minister Couillard. Right now in La Pinière, the CAQ has an 82-vote lead. 4 polls reporting 82-vote lead for the CAQ over the Liberal Linda Caron. That's La Pinière. It had been Liberal, and right next door in Laporte also had been Liberal, South Shore riding. Not Liberal right now. It's in the CAQ column. Isabelle Poulet has a 478-vote lead over the comedian Mathieu Graton. He's just got half the votes right now that the CAQ has. 8 polls reporting there. So it really is West Island that the Liberals are down to it. 20 ridings they are leading or elected in. You know, that's about as low as they can go. You know, that's more than 10 that they have lost compared to the 2018 election. 20 is about as low as they can go and still, I'd say, be a viable party. They're going to be the opposition, it looks like. And there you see Quebec Solidaire just on the cusp of becoming an official party in the National Assembly. And that's a really important thing. I just want to point out, if you're an officially recognized party, you get more money for resources, more money for research. You get more slots in question period. You get slots on committees of the Assembly, the legislative committees. It's very important to become an officially recognized party. But in Quebec, you've got to have 12 seats to get that status. QS needs 1 more. They don't have that just yet. Now, I do want to just a couple other notes before I throw back to you guys is, if I can just, there we go, come on back, is the riding of Duplessis. Come on, pop up there, Duplessis. There we are. The riding of Duplessis, Elections Quebec has advised us that they are having some communication problems right now in Duplessis. Phone line problems, that's how they're collecting votes. So this is where we're at right now in Duplessis. We have a 768-vote lead for the CAQ over the PQ, but I think things are stalled there. We may not see results for quite some time for Duplessis if you're watching there. And the other note was Doug Ford, the Ontario Premier. He's put out a tweet wishing his, quote, good friend, François Legault, all the luck in the world. Congratulations. And you know what? Those two, because I report on these, you know, Premiers meetings, Legault and Ford, they are kind of like this. They do see eye to eye on a lot of issues. Those two Premiers will be ganging up on Justin Trudeau to force the federal government for some more health care funding. So Ford won a big majority. And by the way, guys, we called the Ford majority at 806. I think Legault, what was it, 812, 814? So there you go. Best wishes from Ford to Legault.
Wow. Yep, they definitely are besties. And Laura, we were talking about Quebec Solidaire just about to make it to official party status, but we do have some good news for the leader. Or co-spokesperson, I should say.
Yeah, well, David is talking about best wishes from Doug there to Premier Legault. And, well, best wishes to Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, of course, the co-spokesperson and leader of Quebec Solidaire, has been re-elected in his riding of Gouin. That's, of course, in Montreal with 57% of the vote. A very good showing for Gabriel. He won with about 59% in 2018. So you can say about the same this time around. So congratulations to Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois. And really, so far, a good night for Quebec Solidaire. They won 10 ridings in 2018, right now leading or elected in 11. So it's so far a good showing for Quebec Solidaire. Alia, back to you.
Absolutely not too bad, but definitely could be some disappointment on that end. We'll go over to Amanda Jelowicki at the Quebec Solidaire headquarters for more reaction on that. And they were hoping to make it in second place, but it looks like they are going to stick into that third spot. And Amanda, you are standing by with a former MNA.
Yes, I am, Alia. Joining me is Amir Kadir, who's the first Quebec Solidaire MNA elected back in 2008. And Mr. Kadir, to begin, Quebec Solidaire looks like right now 11, 12 seats. They came in with 10 seats. What's your assessment of how the party's doing tonight?
Well, I hope that the night is long, and I hope that we will improve that score. Our expectations, of course, is first and above all, to be a strong opposition, whatever the number of seats, a strong opposition to the immigration policies of the actual government, and for a real action against climate change, for social justice. So on those principal issues that are of concern for Quebec people, Quebec Solidaire will be there, whatever the number of seats.
Now, the party was hoping for a breakthrough tonight. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. What's your assessment there?
I don't know. It's too soon to say. I hope we'll be further than that in terms of number of seats. But politics is an unpredictable matter, as we know. And Quebec Solidaire has gone a long way. We are a young party, which is really a party which is questioning the system in its roots. So it's certain. Our task is not easy. It will take time. We are gaining in maturity, and the next 4 years will be, of course, in my opinion, years that people will realize the contribution of Quebec Solidaire in terms of social policies inclined toward working class, toward middle class.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kadir. Quebec Solidaire came in with 10 seats. Insiders told us they were hoping to gain 6 or 7, so we'll have to see what happens tonight. Some anxious people here at Quebec Solidaire headquarters.
Still a lot of optimism there at the Quebec Solidaire headquarters. And Laura, where are we seeing those losses for Quebec Solidaire?
Yeah, as they mentioned, Amir Kadir trying to remain optimistic, saying, hey, it's still early on in the night. And he is right about that. So we could still see that number change. Right now, Quebec Solidaire leading or elected in 11. But there are some ridings right now that they were hoping to grab tonight, but they're not faring so well right now. So we're going to take a look at that. We're going to start in Noranda-Témiscamingue. So right now, the CAQ candidate Daniel Bernard is in the lead at 45%. The incumbent QS is behind. In Laurier-Dorion, well, right now, Quebec Solidaire is leading. Things are changing so fast, right, as these votes are being counted. Andrés Fontisila at 36%. Right now has a 292 vote lead. And in Sherbrooke, this is the one that Quebec Solidaire wants to really maintain. Christine Labrie, the incumbent right now, has a 400 vote leader, so 44%. CAQ star candidate, former mayor of Longueuil, Caroline Saint-Hilaire, is coming in second. As we look at the popular vote as it stands now, with the CAQ leading or elected in 92 ridings, while they have about 45% of the popular vote. You might expect that to be much higher, of course, but they might be playing into the fragmentation of the opposition right now. That's why we're not seeing those high numbers. In Montreal, the Liberals still holding on to the highest popular vote at 35.9%. The CAQ in second at 21%, and Quebec Solidaire at 20%. David Aiken's been talking about how, the Liberals really counting on those Montreal ridings right now. Historically, we're seeing a bump in CAQ's popular vote, 37 in 2018, as we've been saying. They're at about 45 now. 16 for Quebec Solidaire, 13 right now. And the Liberals, I think that's where you see the biggest jump so far. Still early on, but 24.8% in 2018. Right now at 12%. So not very high for the Liberals. Could it be that a lot of traditional Liberal voters just decided maybe not to go out and vote tonight? Was there some voter apathy in play here tonight? That is quite possible. Alia, back to you.
Yeah, that's definitely a big question question of the night. I'm curious to see what the voter turnout was at the end of this night. So we're going to head over to CAQ headquarters right now, where Dan Spector is standing by, and definitely seems like the party mode is on over there.
That's for sure, Alia. There's just a lot of celebration going on, a lot of high-fiving, a lot of cheering. They're flashing behind me on this giant screen whenever another candidate gets elected. The room just erupts. You see people hugging each other, kissing each other, and it's just the party is on. Look, it's a celebration here, and I think it's going to be staying that way. Let's bring in Danielle Belland from McGill University. So, Danielle, we're looking at right now 92 seats for the CAQ. First off, how was that compared to what you expected initially?
No, I think that's the results align with quite a few of the polls that we have seen in recent days, recent weeks. So I don't think it's surprising. It's a strong majority government, significantly stronger than the government that emerged in the aftermath of the 2008 provincial election. So it's a big victory for the CAQ.
And we're seeing them having popular vote numbers that even exceeded what we were seeing in the latest polls. But what do you see as the big challenge for François Legault moving forward with this many people in his government?
Well, that's the problem when you have too many people sitting around the caucus table. Then you need to select your ministers, members of the cabinet. And when you have so many MNAs, there will be people who will be frustrated because they won't make it onto the cabinet, and that's a source of tension normally when you have such a strong showing in terms of seats. And so that's a challenge for François Legault to not only pick the right people for his cabinet, but also explain to those who are not chosen that they still have an important role to play as part of the caucus.
François Legault just having a great time. We've yet to see him here, but he's clearly very happy, as we've been seeing here in this building. And speaking of ministers, Danielle, lastly, seeing that Jean Boulet, the former immigration minister, who we had make this comment about 80% of immigrants don't adhere to Quebec values, he's elected with 50%. I mean, what does this say?
Well, it's saying that the voters in his riding in Trois-Rivières really are happy with the CAQ. And many people, they don't just vote for the candidate in their riding, they vote for the party. And I think that shows that the CAQ is very popular in Trois-Rivières, as in many other heavily francophone areas across the province.
Danielle Belland from the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada. We'll keep getting analysis from you, and we'll keep bringing you the updates from this party that seems to be getting bigger and bigger here in Quebec City, Alia.
Thank you so much for that, Dan. And Laura, one party that we haven't really talked about yet is the PC party, and what's going on with them.
I know a lot of people are going to be curious to know how they're faring tonight. They rose in popularity during the pandemic. Éric Duhem sort of tapping into people's frustration and anger over sanitary measures and vaccine mandates. And he talked a lot about his party growing in popularity. Is that translating at the ballot box tonight? Well, let's take a look. In Montmorency right now, the PC party is in second place, so at 25%. Well, look at that. Jean-François Simard has been elected. So the Conservatives losing in that race. Also losing in the Chutes de la Chaudière, Martine Biron of the CAQ winning there with 47% of the vote. So close, but not close enough for the Conservatives. And in Richemont, again, elected is the candidate for the CAQ, André Bachin, with 46%. The Conservative Party actually coming in third there, but close with Quebec Solidaire. So again, not quite reaching in. And Éric Duhem, so we don't have any final results yet in Chauveau. That's the riding that he wants and needs tonight, but right now he is trailing in second with 31%. The CAQ incumbent is in lead. And in Lotbinière-Frontenac, the CAQ candidate Isabelle Lecourt is leading at 44%. This was another riding that the Conservatives were hoping to get tonight. Still counting going on, so things may change, but she is having a healthy lead right now. And look at that, Laval, Mille-Îles, Julie Sayed has been elected with 37% of the vote. The Liberals, Virginie Dufour in second, which that's a big blow for the Liberals. And in Fabre, North Shore Fabre, Alice Aboukail, she's still leading there with 36%. The Liberal candidate in second at 30. The Liberals, again, incumbent party there, but they are trailing. And in Vaudreuil, we still have Eve Bellec of the CAQ right now leading with 40%. The Liberals trailing at 29. No final results there just yet. Laval des Rapides, okay, we're still counting there. Sao Paulo, though, still trailing in second at 24%. That's another Liberal stronghold. And in Anjou, Louis Riel, we have Karine Boivin-Roy leading at 38%. This is, again, another Liberal stronghold since 1998. Will the CAQ manage to grab that Montreal seat tonight? They want it, that's for sure. And so far, it's looking good for the CAQ as well in Anjou. Alia, back to you.
Definitely going to keep an eye on that one. And like you mentioned, in Mille-Îles, a big loss there for the Liberals going to the CAQ. And speaking of which, we're going to head over to Tim Sargent at the Liberal Party headquarters. And he is standing by with Christine Saint-Pierre, a former Liberal MNA. Tim.
That's right, Alia. Christine Saint-Pierre, former Liberal MNA and cabinet minister who was first elected in 2007 and was consecutively elected in every election after that, joins me now. Madame Saint-Pierre, thanks for joining us. Can you just tell me, though, first of all, is this a disappointing night for the Liberal Party?
Yes and no, because this is a kind of relief because we have the official opposition, which is very, very important for the Liberal Party of Quebec. But we would have liked to have more MNAs at the National Assembly because we have 29, 28 MNAs and now it's around 20. But we have the official opposition and we will make sure that we will work very, very hard to be, and we will be in front of François Legault, and François Legault will need a strong opposition.
And Madame Saint-Pierre, what do you think happened? What went wrong? Why wasn't Madame Anglade or the Liberal Party able to tap into the electorate to get those votes to not only be official opposition, but to get the number of seats that are in the high 20s or low 30s like you did 4 years ago?
And the percentage is very low, so we have to make the analysis of this situation. But I think that Mrs. Anglade worked very, very hard with this campaign, and now we have to reach out. We have to make sure that every Liberals in Quebec come back to the Liberal Party of Quebec, because we are the only party in Quebec that include every Quebecers. We are not a party which divides the population. We want to make sure that we respect the Charter of Rights. This is very, very important to us, and I think that it's as I said, it's a relief. But we would have liked to make to have more MNAs than that.
Okay, we'll keep watching Madame Saint-Pierre, and also for Dominic Anglade when she comes on stage to speak, and we'll stay tuned for that. Alia, back to you. That's Christine Saint-Pierre, former Liberal cabinet minister.
Yeah, and we're still keeping an eye on Dominic Anglade's riding as well. We're going to head over to David Aiken now with his beautiful maps to tell us more about what's going on in Western Quebec.
Yeah, I want to take a look in Western Quebec. Of course, normally I spend my life on Parliament Hill, which is right across the street from Hull, Gatineau, the Outaouais. So let's take a look at what's going on in the Outaouais. And I want to point out the riding of Hull right here. That's literally right across the river, the Ottawa River, from the Parliament buildings. And in Hull, we may have a change, and I want to highlight this change for a couple of things. Right now, leading is Suzanne Tremblay for the CAQ. Who's Suzanne Tremblay? She is a president of a union, a teachers union, and just goes to show you the ideological breadth, if you will, of the caucus that François Legault will have. He's got free marketers and capitalists, and he's got the president of a teachers union at this point, perhaps in. In fact, my sources have told me that if Suzanne Tremblay wins, you could see her going into cabinet. That will be a real possibility, because Legault will be able to say, look, I've got organized labor sitting in my cabinet, or someone who worked for organized labor. It's a close race, though, and there's not a lot of close races right now in the rest of the province. So, Hull, Suzanne Tremblay has an 80-vote lead, 80, over the Liberal incumbent Maurice Gaudreau. There are 26 polls reporting. So, again, we're getting through the night here. That is what's going on in Hull, a CAQ pickup at the expense of the Liberals. Also another CAQ pickup, and I'm going to go this down. That's the riding of Pontiac. That was Liberal, likely to stay Liberal. It's André Fortin, who is the MNA there. As we move up, and we're going a bit north now we're into Rouen, Noranda, Temiskaming. And those voters in Noranda will remember Daniel Bernard. He was the MNA for the Liberals in 2003 and 2007. Bernard has come back to provincial politics to run for the CAQ, and we have declared him elected. Checkmark. He's defeated a Quebec Solidaire incumbent, Émilie Lessard-Terrien. That's important for the QS. They had to hold what they had, remember. They're now leading and elected in 10. They need to get to 12. They're not going to have Émilie's in their caucus. She's been defeated by Daniel Bernard. Now, why do I point out Suzanne Tremblay as well as Daniel Bernard? I want to zoom in again here. Right now, the regional minister, remember I go back to this idea that you want to have ministers from all the regions? The regional minister for that part of the province, northwestern Quebec, is Pierre Dufour. He's been elected in Abitibi-Est. He's the forestry minister. But again, Monsieur Legault is likely to shake them things up, and you may well see Daniel Bernard in cabinet as the regional minister. Who knows what portfolio he might have, but he'll be the regional minister perhaps for the Northwest. And again, also another minister could be down there, not in Gatineau, in Hull, Suzanne Tremblay. So that just gives you, I think it's interesting to note at this point in time, with 94 leading or elected, Tim Sargent's guest was talking about this, I think, about the cabinet choices that François Legault will have to make at some point. And again, he's going to want to, all these new regions where he's winning, he's going to want to see those new regions in cabinet. And again, then he'll be thinking about ideological breadth, gender parity. So on those scores, I think Suzanne Tremblay, if she wins in Hull, a union leader, female, look to go in cabinet.
And if you take a look at the seat count, the CAQ right now leading or elected in 94 ridings, and that is well above a major win for the CAQ. And Liberals 19, QS 10. And speaking of Quebec Solidaire, we're going to head over to the Quebec Solidaire headquarters where Amanda Jelowicki is standing by. And Amanda, we're mentioning the seat count there. QS sitting at 10. That is the same number they were at dissolution, and still not exactly at the official party status, which is 12. But the last time they were able to renegotiate that and get the official party status. So we'll have to see what happens there.
Yes, that's right. I have to say, people told me coming into this election that they were really hoping for 15, 16, 17 seats for Quebec Solidaire. It doesn't look like they're going to get that tonight. Another interesting aspect tonight, what's happening is the crumbling of the Parti Québécois vote. Quebec Solidaire were going after some of the same voters as the Parti Québécois were, and right now the Parti Québécois are leading in 2 seats. Joining me now to talk about this is Pearl Eliadis, our analyst. And Pearl, the Quebec Solidaire aren't so happy with what's happening tonight, but neither is the PQ, I would imagine. How do you account for really the crumbling of the Parti Québécois vote?
It's a complete rout, Amanda. Plamondon was losing in his own riding, and I think what happened was that they were not able to attract the senior vote that they tried to do with their health policies, so they fell apart on that attempt. The CAQ ended up picking up the seats that they were hoping to get. Even the Quebec Solidaire has managed to maintain its position. The big losers tonight are the Parti Québécois, unable to move forward on their language policy, unable to move forward on their independence policies, unable to move forward anywhere else on major parts of their platform. It really is a rout.
And the Quebec Solidaire made it very clear they're an independence party. They support separation of Quebec. Parti Québécois, the leader, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, really said it was front and center in his campaign, that separation was one of the key tenets of his campaign. It's a really polarizing issue for Quebec. What does that say this election, that those separatist parties aren't doing so well this election?
Quebec Solidaire was smart in the sense that I think they really put independence on the back burner, even though, of course, it was part of their platform. The Parti Québécois made it clear that this was front and center for them. They were taking that big step. That step has failed them massively this time around.
What about their traditional vote? Where are the traditional Parti Québécois voters? Where are they turning this election?
The election results show it really clearly, Amanda, that vote has really gone to the CAQ, that they really have benefited from a strong pro-French nationalist kind of mandate without necessarily having to promise going for independence and creating economic instability at a time when we know that economic instability, inflation, and cost of living are top of mind for Quebecers.
Okay, thank you so much. Quebec Solidaire are still hoping to pick up some seats. You'd think that they'd won the election given all the partying that's happening behind me. So we'll keep you posted as to how the evening develops here at Quebec Solidaire headquarters.
Yeah, definitely pretty loud there at Quebec Solidaire. And they were just talking about the PQ being potentially the biggest losers of the night right now, and talking about the leader, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, potentially not getting his seat in his riding. How are the party leaders doing, Laura?
Yeah, absolutely. As we see celebrations there at Quebec Solidaire, they're trying to keep up the momentum. Their leader, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, has been reelected. But for the others, it's really a political fight at this time. Let's see where things fare right now. Well, Éric Duhem has lost that fight. He has been defeated by the CAQ incumbent Sylvain Lévesque. What does this mean for Éric Duhem, the leader of the Conservative Party? He did not nab his seat in Chauveau. In Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne, we're seeing a bit of good news here for Dominique Anglade, the leader of the Quebec Liberals, in the lead right now with 35% support. She's leading by 777 votes. You see it right there. They're still counting going on, but I'm sure she is on pins and needles right now as we speak. And in Camille Lorrain, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon in a political fight there. He is still in second at 37%. Quite a lead, though, for Richard Campeau, the incumbent for the CAQ, at 46%. So definitely not an easy evening for the Parti Québécois. And François Legault, he is certainly in celebration mode, I think, right now as we speak. 64%. Really a decisive mandate handed to him by voters in L'Assomption. And the same for Gouin, with Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois also re-elected there with 57%. No contest for him there. Kind of the same result we saw for him back in 2018. Perhaps a testament to the campaign he ran that many said was a strong one. Not showing up in the elected or leading seats right now for QS. They are at 11, but it's still early on. So we'll see what happens. Alia?
And Laura, you mentioned Éric Duhem not gaining a seat in his riding, and it's interesting what's going to happen with that party altogether. They ran a huge campaign. He actually got to participate in the debates. So interesting, curious to see what's going to happen there. Now, curious to see what's going on at the CAQ headquarters, but not big surprise there. It's probably all party all night long. Dan Spector is standing by, and Dan, we're looking at these numbers, and they are incredible. CAQ leading or elected in 93 ridings at this point. What do you think, and what are analysts saying led to this massive victory?
It's a historic win for François Legault. There's no other way to put it. Clearly his message really resonated with Quebecers. Clearly his management of the pandemic was something that people either enjoyed or were not bothered by. Clearly this nationalism that he has been proposing is something that resonated with people, and he is somebody that a lot of Quebecers are putting their trust in. And let's talk more about how the night is playing out with Danielle Belland from McGill University. And Danielle, we were just also hearing Alia talk about the Conservatives and how Sylvain Lévesque, the CAQ incumbent in Chauveau, defeated Éric Duhem. So Éric Duhem, this prominent figure, took part in the debates, was out on the campaign trail speaking every day. He doesn't have a seat What do you think of this?
No, I think it's bad for the Conservatives because they actually won right now in terms of popular support about the same number of votes across the province as the Liberals. The Liberals are ahead or have won 19 seats, while the Conservatives have 0 seats. So I think that this speaks a lot about our electoral system, first past the post system, and how, you know, the number of votes you get across the province is not as important as the geographical concentration of your votes in specific ridings. And the Liberals, especially in Montreal, are able to, you know, save quite a few seats because of the concentration of their votes. And the Conservatives, the vote is quite spread out, mainly in heavily Francophone areas where the CAQ is strong, and they were not able to capitalize on their popular vote across the province to actually win seats.
Meanwhile, speaking of the CAQ and the popular vote, they are the outright leaders in that respect. What does this resounding victory say about the legacy of François Legault, and what is the place in history of this?
Well, he's the first premier of Quebec to actually lead his party to a second majority government in a row since Robert Bourassa in 1989. So someone who is often compared to Maurice Duplessis, someone who of course injured and was a premier for a very long time in Quebec, both before and especially after the Second World War. So someone who has really, I would say, develop a strong base among older Francophone voters, and I think that this election is really reinforces, I think, his stature as a major premier, but someone who's also a divisive figure outside of this kind of older Francophone population I mentioned, especially in Montreal, where again the Liberals and Quebec Solidaire remain dominant. The CAQ is weak in Montreal, but they are really strong elsewhere across the province. So there is this unbalance between Montreal and the rest of Quebec. But François Legault is the premier of all Quebecers, and hopefully tonight he will remind us about this in his speech.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fascinating dynamic to watch, and we will be watching closely for that speech and what exactly he says in it. No sign yet of when Premier Legault is expected to enter this room, but we will obviously bring you that as soon as it happens. Back to you, Alia.
Oh, and we are expecting that to happen quite shortly, hearing from the big winner of the night, François Legault. Now we're going to head over to Tim Sargent at the Liberal Party headquarters. And we're just talking to Dan and Danielle, Tim, about François Legault being able to work to help unify Quebecers. Do you think he's actually going to be able to work with the official opposition in the National Assembly?
Well, he certainly has a very strong mandate to really go ahead and push through what it is he'd like to get done on those campaign promises with more than 90 seats. That's a clear mandate, but of course it also depends on the popular vote, and we'll have to see what kind of opposition leader Dominic Anglade will be, if in fact she does remain on as the opposition leader. And to talk a little bit more about that, I'm joined once again by Tula Drimonis, our political commentator, and Tula, we are going to hear from Dominic Anglade at some point tonight, and when she does get up to speak, and if she is the official opposition, what do you think she should say to her party members?
I think she needs to speak on a very positive tone, uplift people. I think it has to be a forward-thinking speech where they need to focus on the future. You know, they've taken a hit. There's no point in kind of thinking about what has happened. I think they need to be thinking about what their future steps will be. How do they reassure their current voters, and how do they find a way to attract people who maybe voters who once thought that they were their base and have decided that they weren't so certain whether they were represented by them. How do they get them back and possibly attract a younger base of progressive, you know, young voters?
Christine St. Pierre was sort of saying this is like a mixed feeling at night, because yes, they could be official opposition, but not getting anywhere close to the number of seats that they had in 2018. Do you think that'll be reflected at all in her speech or in her tone and the way she's received?
I'm not sure it will necessarily be reflected in her speech. You know, she is the leader. She's coming up here. Her goal, I believe, will be to kind of uplift the crowd and kind of get everyone started and be on the same page to kind of move forward. But the reality does remain that they will be an opposition that will possibly be handicapped by the fact that they will have fewer seats, and that makes them, in some respects, maybe a less efficient, you know, and a less effective opposition, but that doesn't mean that they can't be a strong one, and they need to really redefine themselves and establish themselves as the opposition, as opposed to the current government, who has been kind of given right now a very strong mandate to go ahead with whatever it is that they've been doing for the last 4 years.
Do you think, though, that Mr. Legault and the CAQ will then go full speed ahead with the strong mandate, or will he look at an opportunity to try to reach out to some of the opposition parties, especially the Liberals?
I mean, it's what he recently said, that he's planning on kind of governing for everyone, but aside from what he said, his actions haven't necessarily indicated that. Right now, I'm not very hopeful. I worry that the opposite will happen, that this election and all these seats that he just won gives him this very strong message that he can proceed with whatever it is he wants to do without necessarily consulting other parties, which has been pretty much his track record so far. So I'm a little concerned about that, to be honest. Thanks very much. Once again, our political commentator, Chulo Drimonis, on what to expect later tonight with Dominique Anglade when she does come up onto the stage, to speak about the future of the party and just the feelings that she's having tonight. Alia, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, and definitely at least some positive feelings from Dominique Anglade, who was possibly at risk of losing her seat in her own riding. That was a big question at the beginning of the night, but she's doing quite well in her riding right now. So we're going to take a look at those close races in Montreal with David Akin. And David, historically, I mean, the city of Montreal, the map of Montreal has looked very different from the rest of Quebec. How is it looking right now?
Yeah, there's a lot of close races in and around Montreal, and the Liberals are involved in a few of them, and that's why I've been watching the numbers at the bottom. Right now, Liberals are leading or elected in 21, but a few minutes ago it was 18. Let's take a look at, I've blown this up a bit. Here's the riding of Verdun. I want to talk about Verdun for just a second. Right now, it's in the Quebec Solidaire columns. Let's take a look at what's going on. It's close. Right now, the QS, Alejandra Zaga-Mendez, she's the president of the party, president of Quebec Solidaire, an environmentalist. She's got a 550-vote lead over the Liberal incumbent, Isabelle Melanchthon. So that's not, it's 71 or almost getting a little close to half of the polls in. This is a really interesting riding. This is Nuns Island. People who live there tend to be a little more affluent, tend to be a little older. And last time around in 2018, all the polls on Nuns Island, they all went Liberal. On the mainland, that's your working class voter there. They all voted QS. All the polls there went orange. This time around, it looks like maybe people on Nuns Island didn't show up to vote. Those traditional Liberals just said to heck with it, and the QS managed to get their vote out. That will be an interesting story to talk about in the days ahead, because QS voters tend to be younger, and the real issue for the QS will be getting out their vote. If they hold Verdun, they've managed to do that against the Liberal machine. So that's Verdun. It's close. We're still very much in play. I'm going to go, we're talking about close ridings. Right across, we talked about this earlier, right across the river, La Pinière. It's been Liberal since 1989, and look at this, 459 votes versus the CAQ right now. That's been back and forth between, but right now the Liberals are ahead in La Pinière. That would be a hold. But up in Maurice Richard, here's another close race where the Liberals aren't even in second. This was their riding. They're in third, well back. Jonathan Marleau at 17%. The QS has 34%. Audrey Murray has 28%. So that is Maurice Richard. And one more. We're going to go up to Anjou-Louis-Riel. It's been back and forth. Look at this, 34% for the Libs. Liberals are the incumbent party. Karine Boisvoin-Raw for the CAQ at 33%. It's a 35-vote lead, 43 polls in, and this has been a bit of a, there you go. The CAQ started with a big lead. Liberals are coming back. Can they hold? This is going to be the Liberals tonight. They're in some dogfights, all over the place on the island and on the South Shore, up in Laval, trying to hold what they have. They've got 21. Again, that is about the base. They can't do any worse than that. And the QS trying hard to get to that official party status at 12. Back to you guys.
And speaking of the island of Montreal, a big riding that we are keeping an eye on tonight, Saint-Henri, Sainte-Anne, the riding of Dominique Anglade. We have news coming out of that, Laura.
I feel like we need a drum roll for this one because it's a riding that we've been, of course, watching very closely. But Dominique Anglade can breathe a huge sigh of relief tonight. She has been re-elected in her riding of Saint-Henri, Sainte-Anne with 34% voter support. The Quebec Solidaire candidate definitely put in again, a strong fight. Guillaume Clichy-Rivard of Quebec Solidaire coming in at 27%. But obviously, this is good news for Dominic Anglade. If we look at seat gains and losses in Montreal right now, the Liberals leading or elected in 17. They are down 1. Quebec Solidaire have gained 2. The CAQ, kind of no change so far on the island of Montreal. As David has been talking about, they're sort of more popular outside of Montreal. That's something they're going to have to work on. Popular vote in Montreal, the Liberals still ahead there at 35.8, getting close to 36. Quebec Solidaire in second at 22. And I think the map reflects that right now, and the CAQ in third at 19%. So in Montreal also, we are looking at those smaller minority groups as well. Bloc Montreal, 0.9% voter support. The Canadian Party of Quebec, 0.1. So really, you can see they didn't really move the dial much for Montreal. But who knows? Did they manage to steal some of those votes from the Liberals? That is possible. And in the Capitale Nationale region, the CAQ leading or elected in 9, Quebec Solidaire 2, sort of unchanged there that we are seeing from a dissolution. And the popular vote, the CAQ at 43, the Conservatives, and they were talking about this before, 20%, but so far, if you look at the bottom of your screen, the Conservatives have 0 seats. So that popular vote hasn't translated in any actual seats for the Conservatives, although they were showing some signs of popularity. So that is certainly a disappointment for the Conservatives tonight. Alia, back to you.
Yeah, definitely a disappointment there. And the opposite of disappointment, speaking of which, Dan Spector at CAQ headquarters, where the party continues on. And Dan, you heard Dominic Anglade elected in her riding. And so that means François Legault and Dominic Anglade are going to have to work together. It'll be interesting to see if they can. And what are you seeing what could this result, CAQ leading or elected in 93 ridings, what could that mean for Anglophones, minority groups, immigrants? Immigration was a huge talk during the campaign, and a lot of those groups who felt, quite frankly, alienated during the campaign and during François Legault's term.
It's going to be a painful night, surely, for a lot of those minority groups who did not feel welcome in this government, who were not thrilled when the CAQ passed Bill 21, which banned public servants from wearing religious symbols. These immigration comments that came in the most recent weeks of the campaign caused a lot of people a lot of pain. And here we have the party who made them getting such a convincing victory. So there's going to be a lot of people in pain tonight and a lot of people hoping to see a change of tone. Let's go quickly to Danielle Belland from the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada. We're expecting the Premier could be here soon as we're seeing the security guards sort of shifting. But Danielle, let's talk a little bit about some of the Legault government's gains in the Montreal area. We're seeing they're likely to pick up some seats in Laval and Vaudreuil, kind of chinks in the armor of the Liberal stronghold.
That's right. I think the Liberals remain still strong on the island of Montreal, especially on the West Island. And you look at the map right now, and Montreal is still mainly red and orange. So there is little change on the island of Montreal. But around Montreal, the CAQ is really making progress. In Laval, it's quite striking. They are likely to pick 3 more seats in Laval, which was previously dominated by the Liberals.
So we are watching very closely to see when Premier François Legault arrives. You just get the feeling that this place is going to absolutely erupt when the man of the hour who led this party to this historic victory comes in, and we are expecting that to be soon. Back to you.
And I know that you will be standing by as the crowd erupts. We are waiting for François Legault to make his victory speech very shortly. In the meantime, we are going to head over to the Liberal Party headquarters, where Tim Sargent is standing by with the former Liberal Finance Minister. Tim.
That's right, Ali. I'm joined by Carlos Leitao, who's a former finance minister. You know, disappointing night overall. I mean, perhaps, yes, official opposition, but still not the seats you had. How will Dominic Anglade and the Liberals be an effective opposition when it's such a landslide victory in terms of seats for the CAQ?
Well, clearly it will be a difficult parliament to manage, but I think the pressure will be on the government, on Monsieur Legault and his parliamentary leader to make sure that Parliament works. Monsieur Legault has said a few days ago that, oh yes, I'm going to listen and I'm going to make sure that I will take into account the proposals of the opposition. Well, we'll see. The thing is, the CAQ is going as a massive advance in numbers of seats, but in terms of the popular vote, they're not that far ahead.
Very quickly though, do you think that he is aware of that, and does that mean that he will still reach out to the opposition parties because he doesn't get the massive popular vote, or do you think he'll go ahead full steam ahead because he got so many seats?
Well, you asked the question, I don't have an answer. I think that the pressure will be on him to make sure that Parliament works.
And on Dominic Anglade to make sure that he does try to reach out?
Correct. And you know, as official opposition, we still have some room to maneuver, and you know, there are ways in which we can make his life a little more difficult if he doesn't cooperate.
Thanks very much. That's Carlos Legault, the former Liberal Finance Minister, and here we are at the Liberal Party election night headquarters at the Corona Theatre, where we're still also waiting to see Dominic Anglade appear on stage to see not only what she's going to say, but the kind of tone that'll be in her voice when she makes her delivery. Alia?
Absolutely, and likely a lot of confidence and excitement in her tone as she has won her seat, and that was a big question at the beginning of the night. Laura, we are talking about the PQ. They are leading or elected in 2 ridings. We can see that. Where are we seeing those?
Yeah, well, it's obviously a far stretch for the PQ, who at dissolution had 10 seats in the National Assembly. Right now, they're leading or elected in 2, as you mentioned, Alia. Right now, it is still a tough fight for them. That is for sure, and a tough fight for Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon. He needs to get this seat in Camille Lorrain, but Richard Campeau, the incumbent CAQ, is still leading right now at 44%. So Plamondon, I'm sure, on pins and needles right now as we speak. The PQ coming in second in Gaspé. The CAQ nabbing that seat. Stéphane St. Croix getting 42%. The PQ in second, but we know second is not good enough when you are fighting for your political future. And in Bonaventure, there again, so close yet so far. The Parti Québécois coming in second. Alexis Deschênes, 32%. Another win for the CAQ. Catherine Blouin at 41%. And it's the same story in Rimouski. Samuel Ouellette of the PQ in second place at 30. The CAQ's Maïté Blanchette-Vézina elected with 40% of the vote. So needless to say, as I'm even saying this, David Aiken, I am feeling bad for the Parti Québécois tonight.
You know, I was a teenage boy in 1976 listening to the radio. I'm a son of Beaconsfield, Montreal, West Island, but grew up in Southern Ontario. I remember listening to the radio in 76. René Lévesque and the Parti Québécois has won, and they want to take Quebec out of Canada. That was the sovereignty project, and we heard the PQ talk about that and try to resuscitate the idea of independence for Quebec. And I wonder what we make of that now, with the PQ leading or elected in just 2. And I've got the map what happened to the PQ. This is 2022 right now. Here is 2018. The PQ won in Joliette. PQ won in Jonquière. The PQ had Côte-Nord. They had Gaspésie, Île-de-Madeleine. In 2022, none of that. They're not in Joliette. They're not in Jonquière. We just heard a minute ago. They've got Pascal Bérubé in Matane-Matapédia. That's it. He's a very strong local MNA. They like him there. That's it. They won in Île-de-Madeleine, or winning in Île-de-Madeleine, and that's it. You know, I'd be very interested to hear. We're going to hear from François Legault very shortly, whether he wants to even address this. And I think, too, this is another thing for the rest of Canada as they look at the results tonight. The rest of Canada often has trouble differentiating or understanding the nationalist sort of tilt of a government like François Legault versus the sovereignist of the PQ. In Parliament, of course, we have the Bloc Québécois, the cousins to the PQ. Still very much, if you scratch, they want an independent Quebec. What happens to that project and the dynamic now among Quebec members of Parliament? We're very interested to keep that, all because of PQ at 2.
And I'm going to cut you off there, David. We are seeing a live shot of the Conservative headquarters where the leader there is about to take the stage, heading over to the stage right now and about to give his speech. Let's listen in. Okay, we're going to bring in David and Laura for more on this speech as he's talking to his supporters. A disappointing night for Éric Duhem, certainly, because he did not win a seat in the National Assembly.
It's going to be interesting to see if that tone of the speech is going to be an optimistic one, if he's still going to be riding on that popular vote. We saw the Conservatives still in second. We're seeing applause. Still in second in that popular vote
They are not
in the
in
Quebec
second.
City
That's
region
not
in
true.
Capitale. Oh, there he is. Okay, we're not getting that audio just yet, but I'm sure he's going to maybe try to capitalize on that popular vote and keep that enthusiasm going tonight. What do you think, David?
Yeah, Éric Duhem, I first met Éric when he was working for the Canadian Alliance, Stockwell Day in Ottawa. And so he will certainly be familiar with the lesson of the Western conservative approach to rebuilding of parties. It took a couple of elections to do that. So Duhem knows that, and I think he is in here for the long haul. It wasn't an instant fix. He's done much to resuscitate the Conservative Party of Quebec. Look at the second place finishes all through Chaudière-Appalaches, all through the National Capital Region. I mean, in his riding himself in Chauveau, he's got 32% of the vote. Conservatives got 9% there in 2018. And you look at the Beauce, that's both ridings in the Beauce. There you go, Conservatives finishing second with 40% of the vote in the Beauce, and that's Beauce North, Beauce Sud. Again, 43%. So I think if you're Éric Duhem, sure, you're disappointed you didn't push someone across the finish line to finish first. But my goodness, you've got a lot of support, more support in some senses than the Liberals when you think about it. Where the Liberals lost, they really lost. Where the Conservatives lost, they didn't lose by much. And I think that'll be something he'll reflect on.
No, for sure. It's quite interesting. And, the Conservatives sort of ran, during the pandemic on this notion of people being angry and frustrated with pandemic restrictions, sanitary measures. And so, we've been talking about it all evening with that popular vote. Will he be able to capitalize on that at the ballot box? And unfortunately, that wasn't the case tonight for the Conservatives. So let's look at that popular vote right now. So in Quebec, no surprise, the CAQ inching their 42%, PQ in second, but hey, the PQ not having a good night. Right now leading or elected in second with 2, and Quebec Solidaire at 14.7%, the Liberals at 13. So you see that huge margin there, a discrepancy between the CAQ and those other main parties that were trying to unseat the CAQ. They're just all sitting there in the teens with the popular vote. So there you have it. Alia, back to you.
And Laura, we're going to head over to Dan Spector at the CAQ headquarters where he's standing by with Bernard Drainville as we wait for François Legault's victory speech to start.
That's right, Alia. François Legault expected here soon. The party is growing and growing. A lot of enthusiasm here. And let's go to a key new member of the CAQ government-to-be, and that's Bernard Drainville of Lévis. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How are you feeling right now? What are the emotions going through your mind? I mean, a few months ago you were hosting a radio show. Now you're going back to the National Assembly. How are you feeling?
I'm proud. We had a good result in Lévis. We should be around 50% of the votes, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. So it's a huge honor to be chosen by the people of Lévis.
When you look at the number of elected MNAs for the CAQ at 92, how do you describe that in the context of history?
It's pretty big. Bourassa had more, but Legault is not far behind. I think it's a mixture of several things. I think part of this vote has to do with the Premier being a good father during COVID. A lot of people told me that he was not perfect, but they wanted to thank him for taking care of the people of Quebec, and they were going to vote for him as a way of saying thank you for him. So part of the vote has to do with it, and part of the vote has to do with the fact that it's a balanced program and it's a balanced party. It struck someone, I think it's someone from the Gazette, I think it's Phil Autier, or maybe someone from the Globe and Mail, who said that Legault found the sweet spot of Quebec politics, the right equilibrium between economy, the environment, education. So I think the equilibrium is good, and a lot of people of Quebec who are moderate, they are moderate by essence, moderate people, have recognized themselves in the party and in the program of the party.
What's your message to Anglophones? Anglophones who maybe don't feel terribly welcome in this party that is now going to be so dominant?
You're part of us. You're part of Quebec. You're a very important part of Quebec. And I, for one, will try to be reaching to the Anglo-Quebecers. I think it's the right way to say it, or Quebecers or English-speaking Quebecers, whatever you want to call them. But they are part of us. They are a very important community within Quebec, and I think we have to work together. We have to work together to build a stronger Quebec, and we will do it all together. Whether we're Anglophone, Francophone, Allophone, we're all Quebecers. Whatever our origin, we are all Quebecers. That's my message.
Thanks very much, Mr. Drainville, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for the interview. Thank you very much.
Bernard Drainville, the newly elected MNA for Lévis, Alia.
And perhaps that would, those words, some reassurance for Anglophones in Quebec as we see this massive victory for the CAQ. Now we're going to head over to the Quebec Solidaire headquarters, where Amanda Jelowicki is standing by with Ruba Ghazal, re-elected in the Mercier riding.
Thanks, Alia. Ruba, thanks so much for joining me, and congratulations on your win tonight. We've seen a massive CAQ majority tonight. Quebec Solidaire hasn't made the breakthrough they were hoping. What are your thoughts right now on the election results so far?
Yeah, well, you know, wherever what Quebecers want Quebec Solidaire, the role to play, we're going to play it 100%. You know, we did a very positive and proposal campaign. It's the most important campaign of Quebec Solidaire, and I'm very proud of what we did, what Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois has done to fight against greenhouse gases, climate change, housing crisis. We had a plan, not other of the other party talked about it. So we are connected to the people, and we're going to continue to play our role wherever the results are.
You came in with 10 seats. Right now you're leading in 11. You were hoping for more. Where do you think the disconnect is? What do you think happened with your message to voters? People didn't come out in droves to vote for your party.
You know, like we have a very, very big ambitions for Quebec, and we had some courageous proposals, and unfortunately the Premier decided to make people afraid of what we are proposing, and he didn't really tell the truth about our proposal, like taxes or things like that. So it's not a good thing, and he divided people. But I'm very proud of what we did, and we're going to continue to do what we did in the last 4 years. We are here, and people needs a voice like our voice at the National Assembly of Quebec.
There must be a little disappointment, though.
Sorry?
There must be a little disappointment with your result tonight.
Well, you know, the evening is not finished. We will see. What's important for us is always to grow. At Quebec Solidaire, we never decrease. So it's always to grow since the beginning, the foundation of our party.
Do you think one of the problems was the youth vote not coming out? You were really targeting the young people. Do you think young people came out for you?
Well, I don't see the result. I hope they did it. Young people, they are afraid for the future, and we have a project of society for the climate change, for the environment. So they believe on that. So maybe, yeah, it's important that the young people vote. This will change things, but I'm not disappointed. It's only it's step by step by step, and I'm happy. And as you can see, we have more than 10 M&As for now. We will see what will be the result. The evening is not finished yet.
Thank you so much for joining us. Aliyah, that's Ruba Gazal, who's just re-elected in Mercier riding.
And that's at Quebec Solidaire, where they were initially hoping for more seats. But regardless, still a loud and jubilant environment there at the Quebec Solidaire headquarters. And I want to bring in David Aiken now to go back to what Bernard Drinville was saying, his message to Anglophones, trying to perhaps give them some reassurance that, you know, we are thinking of you, and you still make up you are still part of Quebec. Yeah, it's very interesting to hear that. We've heard that from a couple of the guests that Dan Spector has had on from CAQ headquarters, and Bernard Drinville was the most recent. One of the other interesting things that I've heard from in that Bernard Drinville interview was we've heard this reference a couple of times to François Legault as the father, the good father during the pandemic. And let's situate this election in terms of the pandemic. This is the last of the post-pandemic provincial or federal elections we'll have. The first was in the middle of the pandemic. John Horgan in BC, he's the premier there. He won a majority. In Saskatchewan, Scott Moe won a majority. We haven't had Manitoba yet. In Ontario, Doug Ford won a majority. Doug Ford and François Legault made mistakes during the pandemic. But in Quebec, as in Ontario, voters are saying, You may not have been perfect, and that's what Bernard Drinville said. You may not have been perfect. You tried, you recognized things, and you adjusted. And Doug Ford was rewarded with a majority there, even though the Army had to come into Senior Citizens' Home in Ontario to look after the seniors. The Army had to come into Senior Citizens' Homes in Montreal and in Quebec to look after seniors. Hundreds of seniors died in Quebec provincial seniors' homes. No price is being paid by any CAQ politician. In fact, he's being rewarded by saying, we know you did your best. That's fascinating. And we had a federal election in which Justin Trudeau campaigned on vaccine mandates and was reelected, albeit with a minority. The only premier, it's sort of strangely, that is essentially going to lose their job over how they handle pandemic and mandates is Jason Kenney in Alberta. In a couple of weeks, they're going to elect a new leader of his party, a new premier. He'll be out. And a lot of people saying, because Kenney couldn't choose between lockdowns or open up, Legault sort of at least was consistent in some messaging, consistent in his mistakes perhaps. But the point is, Quebecers were saying, you did your best. We understand that. And we gave you a little slack. And there he is with 91 seats. I think that's something that we have to look at right across the country, how voters reacted to how their leaders managed the pandemic. And with the exception of Alberta, every single premier and prime minister who had to manage through that pandemic is back, and in many cases with a bigger majority. That's BC, New Brunswick, Ontario, and now Quebec. And it's interesting because François Legault had a unique approach as well, because he implemented the curfew during the pandemic, not something that we saw across the country at all. He was the only premier to do that. You're absolutely right. Exactly. So that was up for criticism, but in the end, it seemed to have pleased his supporters, at least. Yeah, and we're going to see who I think there will be a cabinet reshuffle. There has to be a refreshment of the cabinet. We'll see who is the new health minister, who's going to be new in education.
Who's going to be a new immigration minister? I don't think it will be Monsieur Boulay from Trois-Rivières. We may see someone new on that file. So this will all be part of the refresh, but the guy at the head of the table is still going to be François Legault, 65 years old. He's the only leader that this party has ever known. And that's going to be an interesting storyline as we go through the next 4 years, whether or not Monsieur Legault would like to run again at age 69 for a third term, or some of these new people, Bernard Drainville perhaps. Remember, he did have leadership ambitions when he was a Parti Québécois cabinet minister. That's another thing I find bizarre. We talked about the ideological breadth of this party. Bernard Drainville was in Pauline Marois' cabinet and then ran for the PQ leadership, backed out and endorsed Pierre-Carl Pelledeau. And now the PQ's down to 2 seats. They're out. Does Bernard Drainville one day want to lead the CAQ? How about some others? So there's going to be some very interesting politics, I think, in Quebec City that we're going to watch over the next 4 years that involve succession of their first and only leader, François Legault, age 65, will be 69 at the next election. Who wants to take over?
Yeah, very interesting questions there. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Thank you for that, David. We're going to head over to Laura now to talk more about some of those gains and losses we're seeing, because, of course, we are still getting results coming in.
Yeah, I know. People are on pins and needles waiting for those results to come in. But certainly a lot of people will appreciate what Bernard Drainville had to say there about Anglophones. Will Mr. Legault, though, reiterate some of those sentiments in his speech that we're waiting on? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. 90 seats. That's what the CAQ is at right now. Let's look at the big picture right now. Seat gains and losses in Quebec. So as we mentioned, the CAQ leading or elected in 90. That's a gain of 14. You know, needless to say, this is a landslide victory, historic victory for the CAQ tonight. The Liberals are down 5 now at 22. So they are still struggling, especially in the Quebec City region. The popular vote, 41% for the CAQ right now. It was at about 37 in 2018. The PQ at 15%. But look at the number at your bottom of your screen. It hasn't changed. The dial has not changed for the Parti Québécois, at least in the last hour or so. So we're still waiting for more news on that, but not good for them. And Quebec Solidaire at 15%, about you can say as well. And the Liberals at 13. In Montreal, that is what we're looking at. Leading or elected right now, the Liberals in 17. That is down 1. The Quebec Solidaire have made those couple of gains so far in the Montreal region, so that is good news for them. The CAQ still at 2 as we speak. We know that the CAQ is hoping to nab more popularity in Montreal, so that's something they're going to be looking at, if not tonight, in the future for the next 4 years. That is for sure. Popular vote in Montreal, the Liberals still on top, 35.5%. Quebec Solidaire at 22. That is, reflected in what we're seeing right now. The Liberals leading or elected in 22. Quebec Solidaire 11. So they are really in those races right now. And in Montreal, we still want to see what's happening with Bloc Montreal, what's happening with the Canadian Party of Quebec. But as you can see, 0.9% for the Bloc. Canadian Party of Quebec, 0.2%. Colin Standish did not win his seat in Westmount St. Louis. That has gone to Jennifer Macaron. Balarama Holness not winning his seat tonight in NDG. That went to the incumbent for the Liberal Party. Alia, back to you.
Thank you for that, Laura. We're going to head over to the Liberal Party headquarters where Tim Sargent is standing by. Lots of cheering crowd there. And you're standing by with the winner of the riding of Jean-Mance Vigée.
That's right. I'm standing by with Philomena Rotereoni, who won in the Jean-Mance Vigée riding. This is your 5th consecutive election that you have won. Well, first of all, congratulations on tonight's victory. It was convincing, more than 50% of the popular support. How are you feeling tonight?
Honestly, I'm very happy. I'm happy with what's going on. We have a lot of new colleagues joining us in caucus. So it's a good night. It's a good night.
Going to be the official opposition party, but you don't have as many seats as you did in 2018. What does that mean for the Liberal Party working as an opposition, trying to put pressure on François Legault and the CAQ, given that they have such a strong mandate with more than 90 seats?
Well, I can tell you we're going to continue like we continued throughout our campaign. We're going to do positive. We're going to be a very strong opposition, and we're going to fight for all Quebecers.
Now, you're going to be introducing Madame Anglade when she comes up on stage. What is it you're going to be expecting to hear from her, given that you are introducing her? Is there any little insights, any tips, or not tips, but hints that you could give us?
I'm going to be very honest with you. We were supposed to speak and I didn't get a chance, but knowing Dominique and knowing the way she did her campaign, she'll be positive and she'll be looking forward to fight for all Quebecers.
And very quickly, do you expect her to stay on then for the next 4 years as the leader of the Liberal Party?
I think with the results we had tonight, I don't see any reason why she shouldn't stay on, no.
Okay, thanks very much. Alia, back to you. We'll be hearing from Dominique Anglade hopefully very soon when she gets on stage, and Filomena Rotirori will be introducing her a little bit later, we hope. Thank you.
And I'm sure many looking forward to that speech from Dominique Anglade. Laura, we're talking about some pickups happening throughout the night from the Liberals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in 2018, we saw that Liberal stability already starting to wane. Now we're seeing it even more, especially in Laval and the South Shore. They're still in a political fight to retain most of their seats in Montreal, but we're seeing a few CAQ pickups from the Liberals tonight in South Shore. La Porte, Isabelle Poulet, right now leading at 31%. It is a tight two-way race with Mathieu Graton of the Liberals. In Hall, Suzanne Tremblay, another tight, almost three-way race there at 29%. The Liberal candidate Maryse Gaudreau at 27. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. And in Laval des Rapides, Céline Atayan leading at 31%. Saul Polo of the Liberals, he's the incumbent. He's at 29%. He won with a slim margin in 2018. But again, this has been a Liberal stronghold. And in Vaudreuil, CAQ's Eve Bellec still leading at 34%. But look how tight that is with the Liberal Marie-Claude Nichols at 33%. Polls reporting 134 out of 208. So we're getting there. But again, anything can flip. Anything can happen. Ooh, it is exciting tonight. Alia, back to you.
Absolutely. And where else it is very exciting for sure is at the CAQ headquarters, where we find our Dan Spector. It is loud over there. He is standing by with Martine Biron, former journalist at Radcan that won in Chute de la Chaudière.
Yeah, she's going to be joining us soon. We don't have her quite yet. You know, a lot of these people who get elected are very popular. She'll be with us very soon. But for now, you just got little old me here in the CAQ party headquarters, along with the man himself, Daniel Belland from McGill University. Daniel, I wanted to pick up on something that I just heard Laura talk about, and that's these smaller parties that initially we thought could do a bit of damage here. You know, we had the Canadian Party of Quebec with Colin Standish, and then we had Balarama Holness's party, the Bloc Montréal. They really didn't end up having much of an effect. Why do you think that was?
Yeah, I think that it's very different from what we saw back in 1989 with the Equality Party that actually won seats in the National Assembly. But at the time, there were only three parties: the Liberals, the Parti Québécois, and then this new party that was created at the time, Equality Party. This time, there are so many options for voters, and also the Canadian Party of Quebec and Bloc Montréal, they really were trying to capitalize on the fact that the Liberals were not so effective in their opposition to Bill 96. But you know, trying to funnel resentment against an opposition party is different than focusing on really the party in power, which is what the Equality Party did back in 1989. So I think that they were not able to come even close to what the Equality Party did in 89, and I think that it's really a failure of these two parties. The fact that there were two parties rather than one focusing on the same basic constituencies, I think was a problem from the start. But even beyond that, it's really a subpar performance on the part of these two parties.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and it makes you wonder what they do going forward. Like, is there any value in them even continuing what they've done, or do you think this should just be curtains for these two parties?
Well, it's hard to say, but you know, these are very recently created parties, and I think there was quite a bit of improvisation here, and I think that these very low results in terms of votes that they got should make them think twice about whether they want to continue, or at least they could merge, because having two parties focusing on the same rather narrow constituencies, I think is not sustainable.
Daniel Bellan from McGill University. We're still here at the Quebec City CAQ Victory Party where we are expecting François Legault in the next little while to enter, and this room will absolutely erupt, no doubt, for the Premier, who's really put in a dominant performance tonight, Alia.
Yeah, and we're really starting to build that suspense, the anticipation, waiting for the big winner, François Legault, to enter and give his speech. We're going to bring in David Akin right now back to talk about the PQ, because earlier we heard from Pearl calling them the big losers of the night, but we still haven't heard what's going on in the PQ leader's riding and how he's doing there.
Now I have some news for you on that front, Ollie. Yes, we do. The observant viewer has noticed that in our tiles below, the PQ, the PQ, right there, there it is. The PQ number has been stuck at 2 for like an hour. Now it's at 3. Why is that? There it is, Camille Laurent. And yes, Sariti Douda, he's been behind all night, but all of a sudden, the PQ leader, Paul St. Pierre Plamondon, has a 451 vote lead. We have about a third of the polls in, 56 of 173 polls in. It's been Richard Campeau. He's the incumbent, the CAQ incumbent. He's been leading for most of the night, but look at this, 42% of the vote versus 38% of the vote. It's still tight. We can't declare anybody elected yet, but for the first time this evening, in fact, let's double check that. You got it. For the first time this evening, that dark blue PQ line is ahead of the light blue CAQ line. So that is a change. And there's some other significance here, because for all of the CAQ's success tonight, this is the island of Montreal. They started the night with 2 seats, Pointe-aux-Trembles, right up here, and Camille Laurent. They may, if the PQ holds here in Camille Laurent, they may lose half the seats they had on the island. And I'm certain the CAQ wants to be able to say, we have some seats on the island. They may just have 1. Now, the CAQ is doing very well in Laval right now. In fact, I just want to touch on one where it's still touch and go. Mille, it's in the Liberal column right now, but not by much. It's tied in popular vote, 32-32, between the Liberals and the CAQ. It's a 106 vote lead. How many polls in? Up here, 139 of 149 polls. We could be getting close to recount territory there. But in any event, as we look at Montreal right now, the CAQ would like to have more seats on the island, and right now they're in danger of losing one of the 2 seats on the island itself, even though they're doing very well in Laval. So again, that is something to think about as we get close to these leaders' speeches. Dominique Anglade, I'm sure, is going to talk. She's going to be up, we think, shortly. She's going to talk about Montreal. I'm sure she's going to talk, as we've heard other Liberals. Tim Sargent's been talking to lots of Liberal MNAs about how Liberals want to be representing all Quebecers, and there we're really talking about the immigration issue and so on. And so François Legault may want to talk to Montrealers, because Montrealers doesn't look like they're going to elect a lot of CAQ MNAs.
Very interesting, and literal nail biters there, David. And actually a little tidbit there, according to the polls, Paul St. Pierre Plamondon actually ran the best campaign, so it'll be interesting to see how he does in his riding. Now we're going to head over back to CAQ headquarters, where Dan Spector is, from what I'm hearing, is now standing by with Martine Biron. Dan.
Yes, Alia, this time it's actually true. Here standing by with Martine Biron, the newly elected MNA for Chute-la-Chaudière. Martine, congratulations.
Thank you, Dan.
How are you feeling? You know, you were in the journalism game not long ago, political analyst. You've gone to the dark side, as some would say. But how are you feeling tonight now that you have entered you're entering the National Assembly?
Well, I feel good. I think I'm at the good place at the good moment. You know, when you're a journalist, you give a voice to citizens. And when you are a politician, you need to bring this voice to Assemblée Nationale and try to do some things. And I think that in the progress, in my process, I was really at this time where I wanted to do this change.
In all of your analysts' dreams, would you have expected this resounding a victory for the CAQ?
Well, you know, I've been door to door in my riding, and one of the things I heard the most is how Mr. Legault handled the pandemic. And people were saying, you know, he did well. He did the best he could do, and now he needs to continue. So I think that the result is really what I heard in my own writing. So people liked what Mr. Legault had to propose.
What do you think it's going to be like going to work every day at the National Assembly, you know, just doing this job, representing constituents? It's obviously a big change for you. What are you expecting?
Well, I think that it's going to be interesting. First of all, I was already going to Parliament every day, so I'm going to follow up on that. I know the ropes, I know around. So now, you know, I'm going to bring the issues in my writing to the Assembly, Legislative Assembly. I'm used to say Assemblée Nationale.
National Assembly.
National Assembly.
What are the issues that you want to see brought up soon into this mandate?
Well, one of the things I heard on top of pandemics is about inflation and shortage of main d'oeuvre.
Oh, the worker shortage.
Worker shortage. So I think we're going to go ahead with that. Mr. Legault proposed an interesting platform, electoral platform, and this is what we're going to do beginning tomorrow.
I'll ask something I've been asking to almost all the members of your party I've been speaking to tonight. What's your message to Anglophones? A lot of Anglophones, you know, don't necessarily feel completely at home in the CAQ. What do you say to them?
Well, I say that open your ear, because I think that the Anglophones are an important part of our society, and we want to be there for them. I think we're gonna hear Mr. Legault very wanting to bring every Quebecers together.
Is that what you think we could expect from his speech later tonight? Something, themes of unity?
Yes, I think so.
All right. Thanks very much, Martine. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dan.
Martine Biron, she is the newly elected MNA for Chute à la Chaudière, Alia.
Thanks for that, Dan. And another message to Anglos, hoping to provide some reassurance that the CAQ will try to represent them in the National Assembly, despite everything that's been going on during the campaign and all the comments that have been made. So it will be interesting to see how that pans out. And Laura, we've been talking about the party leaders, how they've been doing. Legault, check. Anglade, check. Nadeau, check. Where are we at now with the rest of them?
Yeah, we're looking at Camille Lorrain, especially, right, for Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, as he's still waiting news on his fate in his riding in Montreal. So let's take a look at the latest right now in Chauveau. We're going to start in Chauveau to remind you, Éric Duhaime, the leader of the Conservative Party of Quebec, did not get his seat. Sylvain Lévesque, the CAQ incumbent, has been re-elected. Dominique Anglade re-elected in her riding of Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne with 35%. We're waiting for her to speak. I'm sure she's breathing a sigh of relief. And in Camille Lorrain, the good news is that Saint-Pierre Plamondon is leading now at 41%. Richard Campeau is trailing at 35%, but still votes left to be counted there. So that is the nail biter as we speak. And in l'Assomption, a decisive mandate for François Legault, of course, of the CAQ, re-elected, and another decisive one for Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois with 58% re-election for him in the Montreal riding of Gouin. So good news for them. Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, I can't imagine what he's thinking right now as he awaits his fate. Hopefully we'll have that news soon, Alia.
Seat for sure, to find out if he will finally gain that seat in National Assembly. We're going to head actually, we are heading over to a live shot of the Liberal headquarters where Dominique Anglade is preparing to give a speech, and that is expected to be a positive one, positive tone. Liberals did quite well, considering. I mean, she kept her seat.
She kept her seat. The Liberals, though, not doing so well outside of Montreal. We can't forget that. They've lost most of Laval, maybe South Shore, but she's going to keep an upbeat tone, I can imagine. very relieving for her that she won her seat in Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne, but she said it, a lot of Quebecers are still getting to know her. So maybe this is, the start of a relationship with Dominique Anglade, and we'll see if she really steps up to the plate as the official opposition. I think that's what a lot of people, including English-speaking Quebecers, want to see in Dominique Anglade. We want to see that fire in her. We want to see her stand up for minority rights in this province. I think she's about to speak.
Oh, and she's getting ready to speak right now, so let's listen in.
Please.
Chers amis, quel plaisir d'être avec vous
Dear
ce soir.
friends,
Merci,
what a
merci
pleasure
d'être là.
to be with you tonight. Thank you for being here.
Vous allez me permettre de débuter en remerciant
Allow me
ma
to
famille qui
start
est avec moi,
by
sans laquelle rien de
thanking
tout
my
ça serait
family
possible, mes trois enfants,
with me,
mon
without
conjoint,
whom
ma
none of
sœur,
this
mes
would be
beaux-parents.
possible, my
Merci à
three
ma
children,
famille. Vous
my
êtes
spouse, my
extraordinaires.
sister, my in-laws. Thank you to my family.
Remercier également tous les candidats qu'on
I
a
would
eu
also
dans
like to
toutes
thank
les régions
all
du
the
Québec. Remercier ceux qui
candidates
sont
in
avec nous ici sur
all
la
the
scène.
regions of
Merci
Quebec,
pour la
those who are
merveilleuse
with
campagne que vous
us
avez faite.
on
Merci.
stage. Thank you for the marvelous campaign you ran.
Remercier mon équipe, une armée de bénévoles.
Thank you to my
et remercier
team, an
le
army
comté
of
de
volunteers.
Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne qui m'accorde sa confiance pour
Thank
la
you to
troisième
the
fois.
riding of Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne that is bestowing its trust on me for the third time.
Le message ce soir, il est assez clair.
My message
Les
tonight
Québécois
is
demandent
clear.
au Parti libéral du Québec, nous
Quebecers
demandent
are
d'être
asking,
l'opposition
the Quebec
officielle
Liberal
à
Party
Québec.
are asking us to be the official opposition in Quebec City.
Pendant toute la campagne,
Throughout the campaign,
on a martelé
throughout
le
the
message
campaign,
de rassembler les
we have hammered
de se
home
rassembler,
the message
de faire en sorte
that
que chaque voix
Quebecers must be
puisse être
brought
entendue.
together,
Et plus
that
que jamais
each voice can be
c'est
heard,
important de faire ce
and
rassemblement.
more than ever tonight,
Et là, j'aimerais
it's
m'adresser
important
à
to
tous
bring
les
people together.
et
And
à toutes
I
les
would like to
Québécoises.
speak to all
Et vous dire une
Quebecers.
chose, que vous ayez
And I would
voté
like to
pour
tell
nous
you this,
ou que vous ayez voté
whether you
pour une autre
voted for
formation
us
politique,
or for another party,
ma porte, notre porte, sera
my door,
toujours
our
ouverte.
door will always be open for you.
And let me be clear, we will represent all Quebecers from all strides. Vous allez me permettre également de féliciter les autres
Allow me
formations
as well
politiques.
to
François Legault,
congratulate
qui vient
the
d'être
other
élu Premier
parties,
ministre.
François Legault, who has just been re-elected Premier, as well as Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, and Éric Duhem for the campaign they led.
Et maintenant, à vous, chers militants et chères
And
militantes du
now,
Parti libéral du
to
Québec.
you,
Le travail a
workers
commencé, mais il doit
and
se
supporters
poursuivre.
of the
On doit
Liberal Party
prendre
of
tous les
Quebec,
langues qu'on
our
a pris
work
pendant la campagne
has begun
électorale
and our
pour
work must
parcourir toutes les
continue.
régions du
We
Québec,
must
pour
continue
aller
on the
parler à tous les
momentum we
Québécois,
built
pour faire en
during
sorte
the
que chaque
election
personne
campaign
puisse entendre sa
to
voix,
crisscross the
faire
regions
en
of
sorte qu'on
Quebec, to
entende
talk
sa
to
voix.
every
Et
Quebecer
ça,
so
je vais
that
avoir
we can
besoin
hear
de chacun
all
d'entre vous.
voices.
Allez-vous être là?
And for that, I will need each one of you. Will you be there?
Alors, je disais, le travail ne fait que commencer. On a un élan,
As I
on
was
a
saying,
d'autres
our
choses à
work is
faire
only
au sein de notre
beginning. We
formation
have
politique,
momentum.
mais
We have many
on a
things to do
un
as a
outil
party, but
remarquable, on a une force
we
remarquable,
have
et
a
ça s'appelle la
remarkable
force de
instrument,
l'équipe
a
libérale qui
remarkable
est
force.
ici,
Our liberal
partout.
team that is right here, that is everywhere.
Alors, dans les prochains jours, dans les prochains mois, dans les
So,
prochaines années, vous
over
allez
the
voir
coming
que je vais
days, the coming
déployer
months,
la
the
même
coming
énergie,
years, you
la
will
même
see
conviction.
that I will display the same energy, the same passion, the same ambition that I have for all of us here in Quebec, and you will see that together we can do great things for Quebec that represents all Quebecers. Thank you.
There you have it, the leader of the Liberal Party, Dominique Anglade. David, you heard her re-emphasize her message about unifying Quebecers, saying that they must be brought together and speak to all Quebecers. Of course, this was an issue at the beginning of the campaign when there felt like there was some betrayal among Anglophones when she voted for Bill 96, the language law. What were your initial thoughts of her speech?
Well, first of all, she looks pretty happy for someone who just lost 10% of the vote versus last time. She seems pretty pleased to have only won 23 seats. Congratulations to Ms. Anglade for winning her own seat. That was an issue at some point. Well done. But the Liberals have 23 seats. They are going to finish her. The last I looked, I think they're fourth in the popular vote and yet second in the number of seats. We talk about the need for electoral reform. There you go. The party who's second in popular vote is the PQ, and they're fourth in the seats. So that's my first observation. The second is I'm going to put this in a broader perspective of big L Liberals around the country. We just saw an election in Ontario where for the second time in a row, the famed Ontario Liberal Party finished in third place. Now, here we are in Quebec, where the famous Quebec Liberal Party, been around pretty much since Confederation, has ruled Quebec for most of its existence, is now just a shadow of itself for the second time in a row. British Columbia, the party that is called the BC Liberals, is getting rid of the word liberal because they feel it's a handicap. They're going to call themselves BC United or something. There's pretty much no Liberal Party to speak of in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta. What does this say to the federal Liberals? I mean, Justin Trudeau's riding is right in the middle right now of where, right about here, where the Quebec Solidaire has been winning tonight. So I think this is really this election, I think, is going to shift a lot of thinking, not just in Quebec, but I think for the federal parties as well, about what it means to be a Liberal. So if you are doing your rebuilding, your Dominique Anglade, I think you have to, first of all, say, what does it mean to be a Liberal? Representing Anglophones is a start, but you got to reach out to Francophones too.
Yeah, absolutely. What I gathered from that is sort of a sigh of relief in a way, because things could have been much worse.
It could have been much worse.
They're not great, obviously, leading or elected in 23, but they could have been much worse there for Dominique Anglade. So that I think she's taking what she can get at this point, and she's going to ride on that momentum that she sort of built midway through the campaign. In those debates. She did a good job, but she knows that she could have lost much more tonight, including her seat in Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne. But in the end, people, showed up, hopefully at the polls, gave her that vote of support. But I think she has to really step up to the plate and perhaps has the most to prove over the next 4 years as the official opposition in the National Assembly. We want to see the Dominique Anglade that we've seen in this campaign.
The one we saw on TikTok.
Exactly.
Dancing before a debate.
Tonight's going to be a good night. Exactly. That is the Dominique Anglade that I think a lot of people were saying, where has she been? So this is, I think, the mark of a new beginning for Dominique Anglade and the Quebec Liberal Party. It's going to be interesting to see.
And we definitely do need to,
I think, guys, as they talk about rebuilding, I've got the map. This is Dominique Anglade's riding right here, Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne, and look at that right below it, Verdun. Verdun has been Liberal since 1945, and it's not Liberal tonight. So, she doesn't have to go far to start to talk to some voters going, what was our problem? How do we regain your trust? You should start right there where you have a long, deep history and ask voters in Verdun, why did you go to the QS? Maybe they got to be greener. They can be champions in the environment. Who knows? But those are some of the questions. You don't have to go very far. Go right in your backyard, Ms. Anglade. You can ask voters in Verdun, how do we rebuild?
And to add what Laura was saying, we do need to applaud Dominique Anglade because, she's a woman of color, a mother of 3. She picked up the pieces from the Liberal Party from the former leaders, Philippe Couillard, Jean Charest, and, she's trying to rebrand We'll see what happens.
She had an uphill battle. I mean, that is for sure. You have to give her the benefit of the doubt. I think for English-speaking Quebecers, many of them did feel betrayed when initially the Liberals, voted for that clause in Bill 96 saying that English CEGEP students must take French core classes in order to graduate. I think that was a very tough pill to swallow for a lot of people. So I'm still curious to know, once we see what voter turnout is, what happened, especially, the question still is what happened in Laval? What happened in the South Shore? So I think there remains a lot of questions there, because I'm certainly scratching my head on that one. They've gone completely CAQ blue, David.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're getting ready, of course, for the speech by the Premier, François Legault, the first Premier since Robert Bourassa back in the 80s to go back-to-back majorities. And in fact, this was a crushing majority for Legault. And just as Anglade knows she has work to reach out to, say, for example, Francophones, we have the mirror opportunity, if you will, I'll use that word, for François Legault. He will, as Dan Spector's been asking many CAQ MNAs, you do need to reach out, too. Your biggest city, and many of the residents of that city of Montreal are Anglophones. They'd like to hear, how are you going to reach out to them? Of course, we did have in the last week of campaign, the specter of immigrants are bad. It was hard not to avoid that coming from some CAQ, from the immigration minister himself. So I think Monsieur Legault wants to speak to, he's got to be Premier for all Quebecers. And what about the future of the CAQ? I mean, how do they keep this very diverse bunch? And I want to stress that in that diversity is strength, but also when things start to go south, in that diversity, I guarantee you, that is where political journalists will look for cleavages in the party, will look for little factions and cliques, the free marketers versus the trade unionists, the sovereignists versus the nationalists, you name it. Legault's got a good problem. He's got a lot of talent, but he's going to have a lot of competing interests as well. It's going to be very interesting to hear what he has to say. He must have rehearsed his speech. He probably knows he was going to give a speech like this, for some time now.
Your question is he going to speak in English? Well, that's a big question.
I was just going to say, I actually went back and listened to his speech in 2018, and he did, say a few words in English. He said, let's start working together for the benefits of all Quebecers. Those were his words, and there was a thunderous applause after that. So I think, and as our viewers, our English-speaking community is watching us tonight, we're going to be listening very attentively. Will he say anything in English? And David, I want to believe you that he's going to reach out to English-speaking Quebecers. He's going to reach out to those Montrealers that didn't give him that vote of confidence tonight. But the fact that he didn't participate in an English language debate, the fact that he didn't participate in an English media interview right here on Global News, that was refused by him and his party. The fact that he had no sort of English campaigns this time around like he did in 2018. I want to believe and be optimistic that we'll hear English, that we'll see that olive branch extended to us. We're going to reach out for it if he gives it to us tonight. But I am skeptical. I have to say, I am a little skeptical.
No, I think you're right to be that way, Laura. That's right. I mean, you're judged by your actions, and you're absolutely right. When you design a campaign, certainly the campaign for any party, you're going to emphasize an appeal to French voters. If you don't have the Francophone vote, you are not going to win the government. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But yes, you've got to remember that there is a significant component of the province that is Anglophone, and at least having campaign materials, some small token of saying we'll do an interview in English, you think would be fine. Mr. Legault's English is perfectly fine. If you ask my opinion, I think he's got no problem communicating in that language. I know he'd prefer to do it in French, but we'll see. I mean, again, this is obviously Francophone Quebec has their champion. His name is François Legault. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And again, one of the other things too, I mentioned this earlier, I am curious to see if he does address the almost near disappearance of the Parti Québécois, they are, 3 seats, and maybe, their leader will jump in, but 3 seats and that's it for the PQ. How does that change the conversation in terms of the nationalist versus sovereignist project? I don't know. It seems to me the sovereignty's dead, it seems to me. And of course, as soon as somebody says that, some guy on TV says that, then they come back and they win the next election. So you never want to say that too loudly. But I'm curious what he might have to say about that.
Yeah, I'm very curious to know about that. Of course, he's been going very strongly on the French language and, French values in Quebec. And, to that point, his immigration minister, Jean Boulet, who was re-elected tonight in Trois-Rivières, made those controversial comments. And Legault, by far, led a perfect campaign. You can say it was a very turbulent campaign for comments he made early on regarding immigrants and linking them to extremism and violence. Then he had to apologize for things he said about, following the death of Joyce Echaquan in 2020, saying that problems at the Joliette Hospital had been resolved. He said that in a debate. And then he had to apologize for his immigration minister just, last week regarding those comments he made about immigrants who settle in Montreal, don't work, don't speak French, don't adhere to Quebec values. So he's had to apologize a few times during this campaign. But, even though there was these sort of mini scandals, look at that. The CAQ leading or elected in 88 ridings, celebrating a victorious, celebration tonight, a historic win. So, what does that say really is a big question. And is he going to address immigrants and minorities tonight? I'll be listening for that as well.
Laura,
Absolutely.
you just touched on the
We're gonna bring in Concordia University professor of political science Guy Lachapelle to hear some of his quick insights and what he's waiting to hear from François Legault. Guy?
Well, François Legault is going to continue essentially to try to reassure Quebecers about the economy first. I think that he has been elected on that. His main interest is the economy, creating jobs is important. He talked also about maybe the question of housing in Montreal. There is these kind of questions. Immigration is still on because there will be some discussion with the federal governments. We know in his next mandate there will be some cases going to discussion on the Supreme Court. So all of these questions will come back, and he has to be ready. I think that this time there's no time for just getting around these issues. He will have to really focus on that, and I'm sure there will be a lot of pressure again from the opposition. But this time the opposition will not be as strong as it is in the National Assembly. This is what we have seen in the past. It's many people will be talking, and it will be outside the government, and that's important. This is where it goes.
Yeah.
And it'll be curious to see how he's going to work with the other leaders. And speaking of which, we do have news about the PQ leader, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon. Laura?
Yes, so Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, we can report that he has been elected in the riding of Camille Lorrain tonight. This, of course, was a nail-biter all night, but Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon could now breathe his own sigh of relief. He has won there with 42%, unseating CAQ incumbent Richard Campeau. So this is, of course, the PQ still having a very bad night, only leading or elected in 3. But for Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, at least he holds on to this seat, so that can, determine where he goes from here. Obviously, though, there's going to be a lot of soul searching, I think, that the Parti Québécois is going to have to do after tonight.
One thing, guys, just quickly, I know Legault's about to get in the room. Laura, you touched on Indigenous issues. In the rest of the country, reconciliation is a big deal. It's not such a big deal in Quebec. Every public opinion poll I've seen Quebecers rate reconciliation with Indigenous peoples lower than people in Ontario, Alberta, BC, and so on. I just took a look at the riding of Ungava, where there's a huge, significant Cree population, Inuit population. The CAQ has been elected up there. Denis Lamoth, I don't know if Denis Lamoth, he may be an Indigenous person, but certainly he was running against a strong Indigenous activist in the QS, Mété Lebrec Saganash. She is a relative of Romeo Saganash, many will remember, was an NDP MP, an activist in the Cree community up there. I'm not sure if an Indigenous MNA has been elected. There are 2 in the Ontario legislature, several in the federal legislature, but this is an issue as well as we talk about, it's a big issue for the country, reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And there are plenty
David,
of Indigenous peoples through the north.
You mentioned that, actually, and it shouldn't be surprising because Yann Lafrenière, he was the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, not Indigenous, not from that community, so it shouldn't be too surprising at all.
Yeah, I mean, we want legislatures, and one of the great things is we're electing lots of women nowadays. Not enough women, certainly relative to the population. We're electing. You mentioned, I think, Ali. Of course, it's great. Dominique Anglade. She's the first Haitian person, let alone Haitian woman, to have a leadership of any party. We want our legislatures to look like the people they represent. When I say they look, we want to see a healthy representation of brown, black legislators, but Indigenous people as well. And there are opportunities. It's up to parties to seek out and recruit good Indigenous candidates where there is a big Indigenous community, and certainly there is in northern Quebec. Lots of Inuit, First Nations people that you want to try and get involved in the process. I mean, it's just one of the sort of sidelights as well. It's not just about French and English. There are other languages, first languages, as I say, Cree, Ojibwe, Inuk, that are spoken in this province.
I don't know about you, but the suspense is killing me. David and Ali are watching.
He is there somewhere.
Closely.
Somebody, right? He is there. He's in the building.
I think the crowd will indicate to us in terms of we'll hear the cheering and we'll know that it's time.
Yeah, at that point. But it's funny how I feel butterflies for him because he's coming into this historic victory, and I think it's interesting because he said it himself how much he wanted this second mandate because he felt that he didn't get the opportunity in the first mandate to do everything he wanted to do.
Most of it was during the pandemic.
Exactly.
Right?
It was eaten up by the pandemic, managing that crisis for a good 2-3 years. Imagine of a 4-year mandate. So I think Mr. Legault is really coming in tonight strong, and with the idea that this is a fresh, clean slate for him, that, hey, now I have another opportunity. And the interesting part, too, that maybe we'll talk about in the days to come is, how much did COVID memories sort of play at the ballot box? Obviously, if we look at the results in L'Assomption, François Legault winning with 59% support, were people happy with his management of the crisis? And I think that many people were. And we talked about this earlier, how they said, hey, let's give this man another chance. He did a good job. He did the best he could under the circumstances. So let's see what else he can do. And I think that is something that's going to be interesting to him because, okay, you managed COVID. You did pretty well with that. But what's next for François Legault? And I think that's what's going to be interesting to see.
And Guy Lachapelle, will bring him back into the conversation. Guy, what do you think will be next for him and in that aspect? And what is he really going to prioritize now that, the pandemic is not entirely behind us, but it is not something that he's prioritizing?
Well, it's not over. I think there's still a lot of questions on other waves or whatever. But of course, the healthcare system. He said that he wants to prioritize to improve the situation for elderly people and everybody in the hospital, the CLSC, and all of the debate over his houses, new houses for people, older people. I think these questions will come back. It's a social issue, and I think that's very important. And he has to show that they continue to have a kind of compassion toward the people. And as we said throughout the night. This is for me a judgment on the pandemic, and as David said, is the same in the other provinces. This is what we observe. It's continuity, stability, and this is what voters want. And if there's another crisis coming, then we should be ready next time. And I think we learned a lot from this over the last 4 years. So the government should be ready for drugs, everything, and be whatever happened in the future.
And that you mentioned that in healthcare system, those are some of the priorities that Quebecers, voters, were expressing in the polls earlier. Those are the issues that they are the most concerned about at this moment: inflation, the healthcare system, the worker shortage. So we'll see how he manages those specific issues that we are currently.
When you mention inflation, Ali, I think about those one-time checks that many Quebecers will be expected to receive now. That was one of Mr. Legault's big promises, of course, during the campaign. We're starting to see a bit of movement, a bit of action there at the doors. Mr. Legault expected to speak in about 3 minutes or so. And I I think it's just going to be wild when he walks in that room. Many people are going to be waiting to shake his hand, hug him. So it's going to be a bit of a march, a victory march, if I can say, to the stage, Alia.
Oh, yeah, and that 2 minutes might feel like a long time. So we're going to head over to the Quebec Solidaire headquarters where we find our Amanda Jelowicki. And QS, let's update on their number, 11 seats leading or elected. Amanda, how are things going on there?
Well, I have to say, Alia, from the minute people started coming into this theater this evening, the mood has been upbeat, enthusiastic, jovial. People are celebrating, people are drinking. People seem really happy, despite the fact that Quebec Solidaire didn't make a lot of headway this election. They came in with 10 seats. People inside the party were saying they were hoping to gain another 7. They haven't really changed their status at all. They're on the cusp of official party status, but it's a very positive party. They say there are a lot of young people here. They have energy for the future. Their co-spokesman, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, is young. He's 32 years old. They say there's a real future here for Quebec Solidaire. The people in this party really believe in their message, and their main message is they believe in the environment, in promoting climate change, in providing better social housing for Montrealers, and in supporting immigrants. So they say they stand by their message, and even though they might not have won as many extra seats as they were hoping, they seem fairly pleased with tonight. I have to say, Alejandra Mendez winning the riding of Verdun is huge for them. She's the president of the party. She's not here tonight because she caught COVID, so she's at home in her riding watching the returns, but it's a big victory for Quebec Solidaire. So despite not making grounds that they wanted to, they're taking away this evening, not as a total disappointment.
All wins, at least. So keeping the positive vibes going there at the Quebec Solidaire headquarters. And you, Amanda mentioned that Quebec Solidaire on the cusp of party status. That number they were waiting for was at least 12. We'll see what happens because the last election it was 10 and they were able to negotiate. So we'll see if that happens.
And she's right. It's a huge gain for Quebec Solidaire to win that seat, to nab it from the Liberals in Verdun. And going back to when we were listening to Dominique Anglade, how, that's a bit of a wake-up call signal for Dominique Anglade, that she can't take things for granted. That is for sure. Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, there he is right now. He is taking the podium and going to speak momentarily. It's been a good night. They've made some inroads. Yeah, they've made some inroads. And he won his seat in Gouin, so I think he has a lot to be proud of. The youngest party leader. Let's. She is
really a party there,
charismatic.
Right? Yeah.
That is for sure. A lot of people like Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, even though you don't believe so much with the Quebec Solidaire agenda, especially when it comes to separatism and the sovereigntist agenda. People do like him as a party leader, as a politician. I think that was made very clear. I'm sure there are many Anglophones, English-speaking Quebecers that also voted for him. Let's hear what he has to say tonight.
He's really building up. He's building it up. He's trying to get the crowd, to really give it to him before he starts. Like a real celebrity, That's what they do before concerts. Okay, there he goes.
Good evening, Montreal. My friends, what a campaign. I gave all I had, and Quebec Solidaire gave all it had. I'm proud of us. I'm proud of the campaign we led. It was a campaign based on our vision. I'm proud of the team we offered to Quebecers. We knew when we started the campaign that it wouldn't be easy. And tonight, we have to tell each other the truth. Whether we like it or not, we are faced with a CAQ landslide. But if trends continue, Quebec Solidaire will be the only opposition party to resist the landslide. This evening, in spite of everything, this evening, in spite of everything, Québec Solidaire is resisting the landslide. And for that, I say thank you. Of course, I want to thank Quebecers who voted for us. Thank you for your trust in Québec Solidaire. For the 5th time, we'll do everything to deserve your trust. We won't let you down. I want to say thank you to our party supporters. Thank you for having carried this movement on your shoulders for a month. Thank you. Are there people from Petite Patrie tonight in the room? Thank you. Thank you to the people of Gouin for trusting me for the 3rd time. Thank you. It's the greatest honor of my life to represent my neighborhood at the Quebec National Assembly. Thank you and thank you again. Of course, I have an enormous debt of gratitude to many people as this campaign draws to a close, but there's one person in particular that I'm looking at right now at the side of the room. Thank you, Marielle. Thank you for having been at my side. Thank you for having taken care of our child for a month. Thank you, my love. Earlier tonight, I had a conversation with François Legault, the Premier of Quebec. I congratulated him on his re-election, and today we will be sitting across from each other, he and I and 123 other MNAs in a new Quebec legislature, and Québec Solidaire will be a vigilant opposition. We will not only oppose but propose solutions, and we will oppose all the bad decisions. I want to talk to François Legault to congratulate him on his re-election, and I also want to tell him a few words about climate. The fight against climate change can't wait 4 years. It's during this coming mandate that we make it or break it. Mr. Legault, as leader of the CAQ, you have relentlessly attacked Québec Solidaire's environmental ambitions. This for the campaign, but now, as a premier, you have a responsibility to be up to the challenge. Mr. Legault, I'm only asking you one thing as you start this second mandate. Listen to Quebec's youth. Because regardless of our respective seat numbers tonight, we are all responsible for listening to the generation that will be living with the consequences of our choices today. It's not too late to act. It's not too late to change. It's not too late to change directions in Quebec. I want to be clear with Mr. Legault. Every time he takes a step forward for the environment, I will be beside him. Every time he wants to take a step backwards, I will be his opponent. Also, I want to congratulate Mr. Saint-Pierre Plamondon and Mr. Duhem. We are lucky in Quebec to have a diversity of ideas, even though sometimes we debate vigorously, but we have our good fortune to have a diversity of ideas. The campaign is demanding for everyone, and tonight I think not only of what separates me from my opponents, I think about the human factor. And I want to congratulate everyone for the campaign that they've gone through. My friends, tonight, in spite of everything, we have reasons to celebrate. Tonight, our Quebec Solidaire family has grown larger. Tonight, more people have voted for change. And tomorrow, we'll be working for you in Quebec's National Assembly.
Et ce soir,
and
si la tendance se maintient, Verdun pourrait virer orange pour la première fois.
Verdun could become
à l'Assemblée nationale du Québec.
A riding that has elected a member of Quebec Solidaire to Quebec's National Assembly. My friend,
a gagné son pari. À Québec,
tonight,
seul Zanetti a gagné son pari.
in Quebec City, Solzhenitsyn has won.
Étienne Grandmont en Tachereau.
Etienne Grandmont in Tachereau is a new member of the Solidaire family. Manon, Alexandre, Vincent have all won.
Bravo. Mais bien sûr, je suis obligé,
And of
malheureusement,
course,
de dire quelques mots
I have, unfortunately,
sur
to say a
une
few
femme
words
que j'aime, que j'admire, sur
about
Émilie
a woman
Lessard-Terrier.
whom
Émilie,
I like very much,
mon amie,
Elise Lessard-Terrier. Elise, my
merci
friend,
d'avoir
thank
défendu
you.
pas juste ta
Thank
circonscription,
you for
merci
having
d'avoir
defended
défendu
not
ta
just your
région.
riding,
Ça a
but
été
for
un
having
des
defended
grands
your
privilèges de ma
region.
vie de
It
siéger
was one
avec
of the
toi
major
à l'Assemblée
privileges of
nationale
my
du
life
Québec.
to sit
Les
with
gens
you at the
d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue
National
ont eu
Assembly.
une défenseur, une porte-parole
The people of
absolument
Abitibi-Témiscamingue
extraordinaire
found
dans les
in you
4
an
dernières
extraordinary
années. Et je sais que
spokesperson
tu vas
and
continuer
defender.
de battre
And
avec eux
I
autres.
know
Merci
that
pour
you
tout,
will
Émilie.
continue the
Merci
struggle.
1000 fois.
Thank you for everything that you have done.
Qu'est-ce qu'on s'en va faire à l'Assemblée nationale?
So what are we going to do
À
now?
partir de dans
What are we
quelques
going
semaines?
to
Ben, on va se battre
the
pour ce
National
qui compte
Assembly to
vraiment.
do?
On va se
We'll
battre
be
pour la
fight
santé
for
du
what
monde,
counts.
pour la santé de
We'll
l'environnement.
fight for the
On va se
health
battre
of
pour
the
régler la
world, for the
crise
health
du
of the
logement,
environment.
pour des loyers
We'll
abordables,
fight
pour des maisons
to resolve
achetables.
the
On va
housing
se battre
crisis
pour des
for
places en
affordable
garderie
rent.
des enseignants dans
We'll
les
fight
classes. On
for
va se battre
daycare
pour les
spaces
patients
for
sur les listes
teachers in
d'attente. On va se
classrooms.
battre pour
We'll
les
fight for
soignants
patients
qui sont
on
au
waiting
bout du
lists.
rouleau.
We'll fight
On va se battre
for
que la
carers who are at the
solidarité
end of
revienne
their
au
rope.
cœur
We'll
des
fight
valeurs québécoises.
so that
Parce que la
solidarity is at the
solidarité
heart
entre les gens,
of
entre les
Quebec
régions,
society,
entre les
because
peuples,
solidarity
la
between
solidarité
people,
entre ma
between regions,
génération
between
et la
peoples,
génération des
solidarity
bâtisseurs.
between
C'est
my
ça,
generation
pour nous,
and the
les
generation of
valeurs
builders.
du Québec.
That is the values of Quebec.
Mes amis, cette élection-là,
My friends,
en terminant, je suis obligé de vous parler de
to
ça.
conclude,
Cette élection-là aurait dû être la
this
première
election
élection au Québec où
should
chaque
have
vote
been
aurait
the
compté.
first election in Quebec where each vote
Il y a
counted.
un
But
politicien qui a fait
one politician broke the promise he made to Quebecers based on a calculation. Our political system is broken, our democracy is sick, and tonight's electoral map does not reflect the political will of Quebecers. We have to say this. We have to say this. We have to resume reform of the electoral system. François Legault has to recognize the system and has to work with us and with all other parties to resolve this democratic problem in Quebec. Quebec, my friends, Quebec is not just a map. Quebec, the Quebec I know, the Quebec I love, is the country that we want to build. Regardless where people come from, we want to build it with them. What's important is that we go forward together.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. Right now on your screen, you're seeing, of course, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, the co-spokesperson of Quebec Solidaire, giving his victory speech, re-elected in the Gouin riding, and speaking to his supporters right now.
You to have hope with me. You are the best proof that Quebec has a radiant future. Thank you. It's a privilege to represent you, to speak on your behalf. Thank you for everything. And now, I would ask the Solidaire MNAs to join me on the stage.
And there you have it, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois. Could barely hear him over his really excited, cheering crowd there.
There's Manon Massé, another
co-spokesperson,
who are joining him on the stage. I thought it was interesting there at the end how he acknowledged that the electoral system is broken and that there needs to be change, you know, referring to the popular vote and how that doesn't always reflect what we see in the seat count. As you know, the CAQ, you know, celebrating a historic win tonight, leading or elected in 88. But it's interesting, Legault solemnly pledged to change it when he, you know, in 2018. But that very system brought Legault to a historic victory tonight. So I don't think he's going to touch electoral reform anytime soon.
Well, he did, he did say that, you know, it was just for the intellectuals.
Exactly,
so,
that's right.
Let's take a look at the big picture right now. If you're just joining us, you can see CAQ with 88 leading or elected in 88 ridings, Liberals at 24, QS 10, PQ 3, and PC at 0. So we are going to start watching now the PQ, where we find Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon about to give his victory speech, because he did win a seat in Camille Lorrain riding.
Yeah, he did win his seat, but obviously a very poor showing for the party tonight, leading or elected in 3 ridings. Let's see what that momentum and tone is like tonight for the Parti Québécois.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to see. Oh, let's listen in. Yeah, let's listen in to see what he has to say.
Mes chers amis, mes chers amis, je commence Merci. Je commence par vous partager ce que vous ressentez puis ce que j'entends. C'est un immense sentiment de fierté. Une fierté qui, même si les résultats en termes de sièges ne sont pas à la hauteur de nos attentes, Nous semblons en bonne voie de terminer deuxième au scrutin universel où on va voir si c'est ex aequo. Nous avons démontré qu'il est possible pour un parti indépendantiste de s'assumer et de susciter de l'adhésion en parlant sans détour de la cause qui nous anime. Et ça, c'est très important pour la suite, car non seulement nous avons réussi
for the next steps, because not only have we succeeded in a remarkable way, but as a society, we have found again a taste for politics, a love of Quebec that we carry in us. And that's really good, and that is thanks to you.
Le projet d'indépendance du Québec,
Quebec's independence project
voire méprisé pendant si longtemps par les libéraux,
has been held in contempt for so long by the Liberals.
de décider par nous-mêmes.
This project, which means that we will decide for ourselves.
Normal à l'échelle de l'histoire.
This project that means that we will become a normal country in the scale of history, continues to give rise to hope and interests, continues to be a source of dreams and passion for a growing number of Quebecers.
C'est un projet de société.
It's a society that we want to build, a society filled with light and love. And when I listen to you, I'm filled with love. And I'm talking also to the people watching us at home. You were hundreds and thousands to support us and to send us to the National Assembly. You gave us a mandate to fight for fundamental things such as the French language, the environment, the fight against climate change. So, to those who have given us their vote, thank you.
Nous sommes au Québec en date d'aujourd'hui plus de 2
In Quebec,
millions
as of
d'indépendantistes
today,
qui méritent une
there are over 2 million
équitable à l'Assemblée nationale.
who want independence and who are fighting for fair and equitable representation at the National Assembly. Not only are we finishing in second place or tied for second place, not only have we experienced a spectacular rise in the polls, but we are the party that, in the eyes of Quebecers, has led the best campaign.
Donc le potentiel
So,
pour qu'un
the
jour,
potential
pour que nous vivions le plus beau moment de l'histoire politique du
for us to experience the most beautiful moment of Quebec's political history, the day where we will experience our own country. The potential is there. The potential is bright. That future is bright, even though we are in an electoral system that is deeply distorted. I want to say a special word to the voters of Camille Laurent. I just want to tell you that it will be an honor for me to represent you. The people of Tétroville, of the Mercier-Est Township, I will do everything to rise to this honor. You will find in me an tireless and highly audible defender of the east of Montreal that is too often forgotten. Of course, I want to congratulate François Legault for his unequivocal victory. We don't share the same convictions in terms of Quebec's destiny, but the voters have chosen to continue on this path for 4 more years. That is democracy, and we respect it. I also want to take a moment to salute the other leaders, Dominique Anglade, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, and Éric Duhem, for their great campaigns. What the opposition leaders have just experienced is no picnic, and I want to stress that beyond the differences in opinion we may have, we have to recognize that each of the opposition leaders didn't have an easy path to follow. So congratulations to the other leaders who have stood up for their convictions despite the unfavorable conditions. So,
and that
what about
is
the next
PQ
steps?
leader Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon giving his speech at the PQ headquarters. We're going to take a quick break, but stay with us. Our special election coverage continues. Welcome back to Decision Quebec. Our special election coverage continues, of course, as we're going through some of the speeches of the night, waiting for the big winner of the night to take the stage right now with his victory speech, Premier François Legault. And wow, what a night for the CAQ.
And that should be coming momentarily for people just joining us. A massive historic victory for Legault tonight, taking more seats than he did in 2018, right now leading and elected in 88. Let's bring in our political chief correspondent, David Akin, to talk a bit about the gains and the inroads that the CAQ has made tonight, especially in Laval and the South Shore, David.
Yeah, you're right. So it really is a sort of status quo if you just are tuning into the election and going, oh, right, we had an election. What happened? Well, the Premier Legault and the CAQ have a majority. The official opposition are the Liberals. That hasn't changed. The Quebec Solidaire is not an official party status, but is in third place. If there's a big loser, it might be the Parti Québécois, but it's still sort of the same sort of scenario. But there still has been some change. I've got the riding map right now of Montreal and Laval and the South Shore up. It's been changing all night long, and there are still some changes. The big issue is in the 6 Laval ridings. 4 of them right now are held by the CAQ. At the beginning of the night, the CAQ held 1. So that's a big deal. That is putting some of François Legault's people very close to Montreal. That said, at the beginning of the night, the CAQ held 2 seats on the actual island of Montreal. They held Pointe-aux-Trembles and they held Camille Laurent, who was known as Bourget in the last election. But that's where Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon has taken that seat from the CAQ. So the CAQ, even though they're up everywhere else in Quebec, they are down on the island of Montreal. And one other point, as just a few minutes ago, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, the co-spokesperson for Quebec Solidaire, was speaking. And as he was speaking, we had to take one off the board for the QS. Verdun, which had been QS all night long, has come back to the Liberal fold. We have not been able to declare someone elected. Isabelle Melanchthon ahead by 547 votes over the QS in Verdun. So Verdun, we thought that was finished. It's not. That is still going. The QS right in the middle, right there. That's what's happened on the island of Montreal. Not a lot of change. A lot of change up in Laval. And I see people clapping and screaming up there in Quebec City. I'm guessing there's a premier entering the room. What do you guys think?
Well, when everyone stands up and starts clapping, David, I think that's indicative that Premier Legault is about now to enter the room.
He's picked a good time. He's right there. It's what is it, 11:15 around the province. He's sort of prime time. All the networks will be carrying him. We'll be keen to what he says. 65 years old. He's the only leader this party has ever known, and he has done something nobody has done since Robert Bourassa in 1989, a premier that went back-to-back with big majorities. It's definitely one for the history books, no matter which way you slice it in Quebec political history. François Legault is easily one of the most successful premiers.
Yeah, I mean, his campaign slogan was, what was that, Laura? Continuons.
Continuons, yep. That's right.
And let's continue, and continuing on is what he's doing. And during the first term, that was really, I mean, the election 4 years ago, that was when he was really establishing himself. That was a big night as well for him when he was able to knock out those traditional parties, like.
We're sighting of him right now along with his wife.
You have good eyes, Laura.
I do. I have good eyes. They have entered the room. Can you imagine this victory march that he's going to be taken now to the podium? It's going to be interesting because we heard the other party leaders, of course, all congratulate Legault and, talk about this historic victory. So I'm going to be curious to know if he also acknowledges now the opposition. opposition. Of course, Dominique Anglade for the Liberals and Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois of Quebec Solidaire. I think it's going to be interesting to see him and Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois at the National Assembly. I think we're going to be picking up from a lot of what we heard between these two during the debates. They sort of were attacking one another with their one-liners towards each other, definitely making it entertaining for us to watch. But I think those political battles are going to just, continue. If that's the word we're going to use here tonight, they're going to continue where they left off during this campaign.
And I mean, Dubois said, like, he had his big message for him: listen to the Quebec youth, and it'll be interesting to see if he ends up doing that. David?
You guys heard during the speeches from Nadeau-Dubois and from Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, both a couple of young guys, and they talked about being of the current generation. And obviously, Legault, he's 65 years old, and we've heard Bernard Drainville, Martine Biron, all of them talk about, well, Legault was seen as the father of Quebec during the pandemic. Okay, fine. There's a clear generational tip there. And so it's going to be fun watching question period in the National Assembly with the two young guys for the QS and the PQ go at Dad, Legault. And Dominique Anglade, of course, will be, she's the only female leader there. She'll be wanting to make her mark in the National Assembly. She, too, is certainly younger than Legault. But right now, Quebecers, I mean, I just looked at the popular vote, just another sort of thing to note. In 2018, the CAQ won the majority with 37% of the popular vote. They're sitting right now at about 41%. So that's an improvement in the popular vote. 41% of the popular vote gives you 75% of the seats. That's our system for it.
This is going to be a slow walk.
He's going to shake everybody's hand. He's going to hug all the support. Kiss some babies, along the way.
But David, you mentioned Bernard Drainville because he came up in our show earlier. He's one of the star CAQ candidates that won his seat, and they all talked about the Anglophones, right? And yes, you are a part of this province, and we include you, and we accept you, and you are important. So just to reiterate that, will we hear those sentiments in Legault's speech tonight? He did speak a few English words in 2018, saying that, we're here working together for the benefits of all Quebecers. Will he share, even if it's in French, we'll take it, but we are listening.
We will understand it.
we want to see if he extends that olive branch to the English-speaking community that, frankly, has felt neglected by this party throughout this campaign.
Not only the Anglophone community, but also immigrants, people of color, those minority groups feeling alienated. It'll be interesting to see the voter turnout too, as well, if those immigrants went out and voted, and whether or not that made a difference, those comments made a difference. We'll bring in Guy Lachapelle into the conversation as well. Like, we were talking about it throughout the night, how catastrophic Legault's campaign really was, but obviously that didn't make a difference.
Well, absolutely. I think we can see tonight a kind of a new Quebec in a way, because there's a lot of candidates coming from different groups in Montreal and outside Montreal. So the Quebec society has changed. This is what we were calling that kind of realignment election. Parties will have to reshuffle their way of working. They have to find a way to get their voice through the parliament, and all groups will have a place. And I think all parties now need votes for the next time. La CAQ is a special party. It's a coalition again. There's different left and right, nationalists, federalists. So this is where we are. Maybe the debates now will be turned around more to social policy, economic policy, and as soon as the pandemic is behind us, I think we have to think about the future and what's going on for the next century. I think education, I will speak for myself, is still important. I think we need to have more educated people. Universities should continue to be funded. There is a model there. We are talking and continue to have this kind of social democratic society in which everybody can get some hope, at least, to get a better life. And that's I think that's I will see. I see that what Mr. Legault has to prove over the next 4 years, that this society is it welcome everybody from everywhere, and that's where we are, and where we should be in the next few years. And I think that's important. And having a huge majority like that, and David is right, I think having 42% of the vote, this is the system. This is the first past the post. And maybe the system has to be rethink in a way against of getting a better representation of different groups, different parties. And the popular vote is quite split tonight. And we knew that from the polls from the beginning, that the third parties will get roughly about all around 15%. And the Liberals will have to build also a more strong, getting stronger support from Francophone as well. So everybody has something to think about after tonight and for the next 4 years. But I think the democracy is working. We have over 880 candidates tonight. 125 were selected and will be in the National Assembly. So let's praise over our democracy and our democratic system.
Absolutely, and we're seeing this slow walk to the stage continue on the side of your screen. Legault,
getting closer. Yeah,
I can't tell where the stage is anymore. David, I don't know if you noticed, but in Quebec we do 2 kisses, so that even takes longer. So let's talk about more about the overview of his entire race. We were talking about the campaign, how it didn't go so well, but I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, really.
Yeah, you know, every party, whenever I look at an election, I always go, well, every party enters the race with certain objectives. And did they accomplish what they wanted to do? And I think you can say unequivocally the CAQ absolutely accomplished what they wanted to do. They won 74 seats in 2018. They wanted to win more seats, improve their popular vote. They did that. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to Premier Legault. As for the Liberals, they knew it was going to be tough. They had their worst showing ever in 2018. Well, that's now the second worst showing. This is their worst showing. And yet they're still alive. They still have a heartbeat. They're still there. They're the official opposition. Mission accomplished, I'm not so sure, but they're still in the game. For the Quebec Solidaire, I'm sorry, but that's a very disappointing finish tonight. They had 10 seats in 2018. They're now going to have 10 seats. It looks like maybe they get to 11, but they did not get official party status. They lost one of the rural seats that that was a big breakthrough when they won the Noranda riding.
He's on the stage. He's on the stage, heading toward the podium.
And the Parti Québécois, an absolute disaster at 3. So
yeah, we're just going to cut in there, David.
François Legault.
He's just about to speak. Premier of Quebec, François Legault.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you to all.
On a eu un message clair. Hein? Les Québécois
we got a clear message.
Quebecers
sent a strong message tonight. Quebecers told us, keep going.
Et vous savez, c'est une victoire qui est historique parce que ce
This
soir,
is a historic victory because tonight, and I'm so proud of this, we've elected the largest number of women in the entire history of Quebec.
Quelle belle gang! Ça veut dire que le travail commence, par exemple, pour le deuxième mandat.
This means that our work is just starting for our second mandate. I know that there are some here for whom the priority among all priorities must remain education. When I was a boy in Sainte-Anne-de-Bellevue, on my path to being premier, everything I have is thanks to my parents and my education. And we have a duty to give each child in Quebec the chance to realize their full potential. So we will continue to promote the teaching profession. We've done a lot, but we have to do more. We have to help the 25% of children who have learning difficulties. If we want to enhance school success, that's where we have to go. We have to continue renovating our schools. We've done a lot, but there's yet more to be done. We've also announced, I think we owe it to young people, athletic infrastructure throughout Quebec. And we'll continue to focus on education because the future is our children. Now, the short-term issue, the most pressing issue for Quebecers, is the economic situation. Inflation is increasing the cost of living, interest rates are rising. There are some people in Quebec right now who are hard-pressed to make ends meet. So yes, we will be sending help as early as December. We will keep our word. And talking about the economy, we have to continue creating wealth in Quebec. It's not an end in itself, creating wealth, but it gives us the means to fulfill the great ambitions we have for Quebec. We have an exceptional opportunity ahead of us, the opportunity to transform our economy, to make Quebec into a leader in the world in the green economy. We can do it. It is possible. It's not just words. Yes, we can become wealthier, but reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. We have a duty to reduce them and eventually eliminate them, our greenhouse gas emissions, because we have to help to contribute to the effort that has to be undertaken all over the planet to fight against climate change. We owe it again to our children. To succeed in this immense economic and environmental project, we'll need everyone. We'll need everybody's strength, everybody's brain. Yes, I hear the message that young people have sounded out loud and clear, and I work with all generations to succeed in this project because it will be a turning point in Quebec's history. I would also like for this huge project to contribute to bringing the Quebec nation together with the indigenous peoples. So let us continue down the path of truth and reconciliation. We need each other. We have to work on that.
And there he is, François Legault, the Premier of Quebec for another 4 years, re-elected with a massive majority government, the CAQ. Well, that is it for us tonight for Decision Quebec 2022. Thank you to all our experts for their analysis of this election night, and thank you for watching.
Of course, you can continue to check results in your writing at globalnews.ca/Montreal. From all of us here at Global Montreal, good night.
Plus efficace. C'est le plus grand défi de gestion qu'on a au Québec. Puis on a la chance d'avoir le bon capitaine. Oui, oui. Un capitaine, là, qui accepte
a captain
là, j'ai peur que son épouse réagisse mal, là, mais de presque consacrer les prochaines années
that agrees to devote the next few years of his life.
Merci,
Thank you, Christian Dubé. Thank you, Christian.
Puis, vous savez, le message qu'on a eu,
the message we received this evening is, let's keep going, but an election divides, even though I think that there are many more things in Quebec that bring us closer than things that divide us. Quebecers are a great people, and when I say Quebecers are a great people, I'm talking about all Quebecers, all regions, all red generations, all origins. I will be the Premier of all Quebecers.
when I say that Quebecers form a great nation, I mean all Quebecers, from all regions, of all ages, of all origins. I'm going to be the premier of all Quebecers. Et il y a une chose que je veux mettre au clair ce soir.
There's one thing I want to clarify tonight. In Quebec, all parties, all leaders are in favor of immigration, contrary to what is the case elsewhere. In Quebec, there is no party that is against new arrivals, newly arrived citizens. All parties believe that immigration brings richness and that integration in our great nation is a mutual gift. Let's not forget that the greatest duty of a Premier of Quebec is to make sure that the French language remains and retains all of its place and all of its strength. The greatest duty of a Premier is to protect our language. We must not only stop the decline of French, we have to be able to promote the place of French in Quebec. It's our duty as a nation, as a Quebec nation. And whether we like it or not, the future of French depends on our ability to integrate those who have recently chosen to build their future in Quebec in French. And over the next few months, we'll be talking. We'll be talking respectfully. We can do that in Quebec, and I'm sure that we will hammer out a vision to bring all Quebecers together behind our common language. It is the duty that we must fulfill.
En terminant,
so to conclude, I know that there are some people who want to go party. I want to congratulate all the winners tonight of all parties. I want to thank all those who ran, even if they didn't win. You have served democracy. I spoke earlier tonight with Dominique Langlade, with Gabriel, with Paul, with Eric. I congratulated them for their campaign. They were tough opponents, they were eloquent, and I told them that we'll be talking individually over the coming weeks. I want to talk about how we can work together for Quebecers. Of course, we will still have differences, disagreements, it's normal, but I want us to work together on what brings us together. And to conclude, I also want to thank all the volunteers, all the candidates, all the party workers of all the parties, but obviously, especially those of the CAQ. This victory is yours.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you.
Merci. Vous allez me permettre
and allow me to thank especially one volunteer
qui est avec moi depuis 32 ans.
Who has been with me for 32 years.
Vous savez,
and
la politique, là,
as you know,
c'est pas drôle
politics isn't made up of all good days. There are bad days, there are tough days, and
Merci,
that person has had her share of bad days. Thank you, Isabelle.
finalement, je veux dire merci à ceux qui nous ont donné leur confiance.
I would like to thank those who've given us their trust. In particular, if you'll allow me, the voters of Assomption who re-elected me. Thank you to the people of l'Assomption.
Là, je termine pour le vrai, là, en vous disant.
So now I'm really concluding. I love Quebec. I love Quebecers, and it's a great honor to have been chosen for the second time as your premier. It's a great responsibility, but I'm taking it on with all my heart. Thank you and good evening.
Qui ont été élus, qui sont ici, de s'en venir avec moi en avant.
All the MNAs who've been elected, please come up to the stage with us. I see a number of them.
Joël, Stéphanie,
Stéphanie,
Martine, Geneviève, Éric, Jean-François.